Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and MPs, and welcome to the most refined anime podcast to be found in all of the digital realms. This is Warui Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hide my working class origins forever. Nope. No matter how hard I try. But yes, this is Warui Deshou, ladies, gentlemen, MPs. Welcome. I am working class anime pundit and drunkard Shaden. And joining me, as always, is, the most subtlest of doctors, the grandest of sages. It is the Soul Doctor.
Hello, friends. Hello, Shadan. Everything you just said is a lie. In a callback to our very first episode when I introduced you, I'm going to say everything you just said is a lie. And I'm also sad that you ended the bit before I got to do my very snooty, aristocratic, insert chamber music into the background kind of things.
It's okay. There will be many opportunities to just casually slip into that voice as you go along.
Vorgalia revealed that voice of mine is really just the Colonel Elephant from the Jungle Book. So she's onto my...
I mean, a talking animal. You're already setting us up for what we're going to be talking about later on today. Well done, my friend. You're already like that. If this were a game show, that would be like a plus 10 points with a big ding noise to it. Ding. Yeah. But no, we're not here to talk about game shows. We are here to talk about anime, and specifically an anime that I selected for us to watch this time around because I had seen a little bit of it, was quite impressed by it. That anime, of course, being Princess Tutu. And so we're going to be talking about that with all of our usual formats and tools and general standards that we apply, minimal though they may be. We're going to be going through it all in reams and reams of detail. We've got questions from Discord. We've got questions from Twitter. Talking points galore. Jokes aplenty. It's going to be a good old time talking about this show. So strap yourselves in for that.
I've got a huge, unorganized notepad file that I hope to read through and also probably annoy the listeners who hear the scroll wheel turning. I'll try not to click the scroll wheel.
Were you furiously writing just as Fakir does at the end of the show?
That's right. I definitely. I also stabbed my own hand with a penknife.
It's your commitment to the bit. I mean, we're covering the show. You've got to be committed to it. Absolutely. I mean, I learned ballet during this time. And as you said, Doc, everything I say is a lie.
I learned how to politely clap. That's my contribution. I was kind of surprised that you picked this show. I guess I shouldn't be, but I was a little surprised. And I was very glad because I watched this show a long time ago. It was probably it was like maybe the early 2010s, maybe even earlier than that. But I was really happy to revisit it. Why did you pick it, Shadan? What was your thought process?
Well, I mean, didn't you know I'm currently going through an open university course in advanced magical girl studies? No, I'm
you
kidding.
You can be a Maho Shoujo too, right?
Is that how the joke is? I cannot qualify that for many reasons, not least of which being I'm a drunken and moron. And I don't think any magical girl has ever existed who gained their powers, or magical boy for that matter, has gained their powers through, tequila, as amusing as that would be. But all that aside, if you listen to our Christmas pod, and indeed have been generally paying attention to what I've been saying on Twitter or in our Discord, if you remember, I was watching Sailor Moon throughout much of last year, and I really enjoyed it in the end. I'll not repeat, of course, too much about that here right now. And I thought, okay, time to, dive a little bit deeper into this well. But there was an additional factor in this, which is a while back, our Discord ran a anime sampler where we would just simply randomly pick a show and watch the first episode of it. And I was present for the one in which Tutu was picked. And I watched it, and I was there stroking my beard thinking, I'm quite enjoying this. There's some promise to this. I might come back to this later. And so the time was right, I felt, let's go watch this. Let me get some more Magical Girl stuff under my belt, see how good it is, give it a try. There is an additional factor that I also think is really curious about this, given our own podcast history, and what I want us to look into going forward at various points is, I have no, I don't think this is any way an official, designation, but I think anime, like of the modern period, for whatever that you want to call that, can be divided neatly into three areas. You've got the stuff like from the 90s prior to the emergence of digital, like, CG tools like computer animation, when it became more available for television in general. Then, of course, you've got the incredibly awkward growing pains phase between what I'm going to say is 1999 or maybe in 1998 to 2011, if we're being generous.
Anime's like awkward middle school phase. You have the acme, your voice is maybe cracking a little bit, starting to sweat more than you used to. It's not it's not pretty, and a lot of anime in that period wasn't pretty.
Yeah, you even change aspect ratios partway through, and that's definitely an awkward part. That's rough. And then, of course, we have everything from like 2011 onwards, which is more modern, primarily not just created in a vacuum, but of course created with a view towards modern broadcast formats, which is both on television and streaming services. Of which Princess Tutu sits in between, because it's certainly a longer show than what you get today, but it's also shorter than shows of like the previous era I mentioned in the 90s. I mean, this barely doesn't even fit like, half of the first season of Sailor Moon length-wise. Just to be illustrative there. And I thought, you know what? That awkward period, that really, really strange time when we were transitioning from like, analog to digital in so many ways, for people watching on telly, creatively, you name it. We haven't really watched a lot of stuff from there. The ones that spring to my mind have all been terrible, mind you. I'm fairly confident Elfen Lied came during that.
Yep.
Yeah. And Phantom. I'm fairly sure that came out during that.
Yeah, that was at like the tail end of it. That's like 09. So yeah.
And it was an awkward period, and I'm fascinated by it now that I think about it. Because I've had my fill of like
years. Yeah.
I've had my fill of like really good stuff from like the 90s for the moment. And of course, there's plenty of great stuff coming out at the moment. But we never really talk about the awkward teenage phase of anime. And so I thought, okay, this has been well recommended. It's from that period. I've been recently watching Magical Girl stuff. I'm really enjoying it. Fuck it. Let's do it. So there you go. That's the rationale.
Okay. Well, it's, it is enjoyable to take a trip back to the Studio Gonzo Power years. The George W. Bush administration. Anime.
Studio Bones as well, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, they're still around doing stuff, but I know what you mean.
They're not doing Darker Than Black anymore. And that's something I do remember watching that came out from 2004.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you put Wolf's Rain in that list because it's post-2000. That's an interesting production history all on its own, because Japan was, time is a flat circle. And here we are again. When that show was being made, the production was deeply affected by I think it was the SARS outbreak that was happening there. And so...
imagine productions being affected by a viral outbreak. Oh my God.
I know. It's everything old is new again. It was.
That's also the theme of this show, arguably.
Yeah, I know. Yes, we're very can't escape it. Tutu permeates everything. By the way, I insist that throughout this podcast we adhere to the Hepburn romanization of the title, which, if you read it on Wikipedia, is Purinsesu Chuchu. So we have to refer to her as if she's Thomas the Tank Engine. She's Choo-Choo.
Fair enough.
No, we can't. We're not doing that. No,
I mean, I'm going to be talking about Utena in a bit later, and I don't want to also confuse her with the character Choo-Choo from Utena as well. So,
oh God,
maybe
I forgot about this character. Yes. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm super happy you picked it. So I'm raring to go. Shall we give our very broad thoughts on the show before we get into the nitty gritty?
Yeah, let's give what we're going to call the back of the box quotes. So if someone gave me like a wad of money to write a short description on the back of a DVD or Blu-ray release of this show, how I felt about it, I would say this. It's Shrek, but it's not a meme. I deliberately did that just to screw with you.
I don't know if that quote would have the effect that you were thinking.
Although half of that, it's only half in jest, but I'll explain why later. But anyway, no, in all seriousness, I would say, like, if I had to put back in the box quote, it's like, it's a show that, in my opinion, is genuinely captivating in its own right, while having things to say about the like, it's a good story that tells us more about stories. There you go. That's my back of the box quote. There
you go. I like it. I would be, I guess, slightly more verbose and say something along the lines of, like, this is a remarkable magical girl show. I think it's like a metatextual exploration of and deconstruction of the fairy tale. It is, I think, very liberating in its core messages. And I think it's a show that the emotional impact can be felt by not just, like, folks you and I's age, that the real target magical girl audience, 30-something white guys in the Western Hemisphere, but also small children, I think can really get a lot from the way that this show kind of does its thing. And I'll say more about all of this later. But yeah, I think it's the tops. I love it. My thoughts were even evolving on how I felt about it as I rewatched it again, which I'll kind of go into as we talk about it.
Hell yeah. So we're going to go for our usual format here, where we're going to provide discussion of the creatives behind the show. We're going to give a spoiler-free summary of the intro to the show. We're not going to go through all of the story because it is actually very dense, especially towards the end. And
I don't want to spoil it either. There are some
that's
twists.
True. Yeah.
Big twist.
So, like, in the past, we've sometimes gone through the entire plots of shows, but I think generally speaking, we did that because those particular shows we thought, whatever. Like, we like them well enough, but we don't want to, we don't feel like they would exceptional enough to deserve, like, having all their stuff hidden away and just us going, watch it, do it, turn this off, go see it. So yeah, we'll only be given, like, the basic premise of it, and then we'll go into some more generalized recommendations on how we feel about the show without going to spoilers. And after that, we enter the spoiler zone. Spoiler zone. Where we'll be covering questions from members of our Discord, questions that have been submitted to us on Twitter, the full fat, chunky, creamy, delicious talking point section that you all come to Warui Deshou for. That'll be in there as well. And then there will be final thoughts on it. And then we're going to wrap up, and I'm probably going to, I don't know, drink a couple of beers and just say, yeah.
That's the best segment. The drink a couple of beers and say, yeah. That's the one I'm looking forward to.
It makes me very sad I don't smoke, because I feel like that'd be the thing where I just light a cigar afterwards and be like, now that was a podcast. But no, I'm not going to risk my own health for the sake of looking cool off camera. That'd be a bit of a waste. Anyway,
but
with that in mind,
it will be such an internet man thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm definitely a man, but I'm very much not an internet, so I'm not going to do that. Okay. But anyway, let's just continue onwards. So, Doc, I'm going to pass the baton over to you for what you historically have been the absolute maestro of, which is creatives. Tell me all about who made this show so I might thank them someday.
Okay, well, let's hope we can thank all these people someday. Princess Tutu, or as I said before, I just want to say it one more time. I promise this is the last time. Princess Tutu is a magical girl anime, of course, that came to Japan. It was broadcast in Japan in 2002. The first season, and the second season kind of overlapped 2002 and 2003. You may not know this because, I think it used to be the case that it was presented kind of structurally as it was aired, but it's not done so on Amazon Prime. It may be on High Dive. I don't really know, but what I'm getting at is the first 13 episodes of Princess Tutu were the standard 13 episode, kind of like 22-minute things. Mm-hmm. But the second, what Amazon Prime and other services may have as the back 13 episodes are actually 26 half episodes. They're each half an episode. So from OP to commercial break was itself a full episode. So if you go to Mal, you'll see that this is a 38 episode show, not a 26 episod show.
How bizarre.
And that is why. Yeah. I don't know the story behind this, like why they did it. You know, if it was a production schedule thing, if it was we're going to take your time slot thing. No idea.
Because I have to say, like, just to provide some background here for myself, I watched this via spurious means. We'll just leave it at that. And the episodes, like the back half, as you mentioned, were contiguous, full 26 minutes with, of course, commercials, etc. Well, you know, the intermission, like that kind of thing. And if you hadn't told me that, I would have never have guessed. Because they do feel exactly like full-fledged episodes. And I actually have to say that's a testament, I suppose, to the creatives that they kept it so that when each individual half of what was otherwise been a full episode together, like that they felt like they flowed together seamlessly, basically. They flowed together seamlessly. Although maybe that was an in-joke on their part, given that part of the story involves reuniting broken pieces of something.
Hey. No, I know. Well, listen. And by the way, even the Anime News Network reviews, I think it was Rebecca Silverman that when the anime season was most affected by COVID, you may recall the ANN did a lot of retro reviews in place of streaming current stuff. And Princess Tutu was reviewed, and it's reviewed like it was a 26 episode show. So I take it that like this whole thing has sort of been hidden away in modern releases of Tutu, certainly streaming. I don't know if it's the case for the Blu-ray release or not. But like you said, I mean, it could be a sort of playful, like them continuing to play with the idea of story structure because, you know, as we've alluded to, this is an anime that like that's its, you know, big thing that it's trying to do. Its bread and butter is playing with those ideas. And certainly after episode 13, the show changes a lot in its content and its tone and what's going on. It becomes a lot less conventional. So part of me wonders whether or not it was intentional. I would love to figure all this out. But.
It makes me think of how they would do it if they made the show today, where with, of course, the internet being what it is, they'd have some sort of like augmented reality nonsense. Like, okay, here's the Princess Tutu app. If you want to unlock the next episode, go wandering around Pokemon Go style to find the missing shards of the episode. Look, you've collected 10 of them by wandering over 30 miles. Congratulations, have a new episode.
The heart shards are geocached around.
Yeah. You've got to trade them with people.
Lordy. So it looks like the show, there is a manga, but the manga is not the original. It was an adaptation from the show. And it looks like it looks like it came over to North America just a couple years after. So like this was an interesting period. You know, we've talked about it as sort of an awkward phase for anime, like the production of anime, like the animation itself. But, you know, over here in certainly in North America, can't speak to the UK necessarily, but in North America, like the early aughts are when like peak anime bubble, like stuff was getting licensed left, right, and center. And so it's interesting that this kind of recent thing gets released so quickly because, you know, not too long before 2004, you know, we would have to wait. Like we were getting things from the 80s and the 90s, like, you know, years and years and years after they had come out. Did I interrupt you, by the way? I can't.
No.
I thought you were. Okay. So I'll just continue here. So the original kind of concept for the show was come up with by Ikuko Ito. And Ito-san is a character designer, an animator by trade, but she came up with this idea for Princess Tutu. And again, would love to know more about, how this kind of career character designer got to do this show based on, her original idea, right? She just like one day Hal filmmaker, Mr. Hal filmmaker himself, Studio Hal filmmaker is there, and she's like, "Hey, here's this idea, bud. Let's get it."
You know what's crazy? That also again gels with the very ideas presented in the show itself. Here's your role. Gosh. You do what you've got to do. Oh no, I want to do something different. I want to write.
She didn't know her place. She didn't know her place. She's just a duck. Is
this all like just some meta thing?
It's
like
just a bit.
The episodes are split up. The creator was not originally a writer. Good grief.
Incredible.
It's going to turn out that Drosselmeyer was the name of the janitor next.
I know. Well, it's going to be fun when we talk about Drosselmeyer. So, Ito-san, probably most famous, if not for Tutu, then being animation director and key animator for a ton of Sailor Moon. Original R the movie. And then with Sailor Moon S, she moved up to not just animation director, but the character designer. Yes, for S and Super S, she was the character designer. I know that you're not as fond of those ones. Is it S
Super
or
S is a great.
S?
No, S is phenomenal. Super S is the one I never finished because it was basically a sleeping aid.
Right, you said it was like a phone in the throw in the towel kind of phone it in.
Yep.
In terms of the writing, but
yep.
But Ito's also done character design for Magic Users Club, which early aughts anime people who are fans of late 90s anime may remember this one. Also character design for the disappearance of Nagato Yuki-chan, which I think is a Haruhi adjacent property. And probably like the funnest credit I see on this list is that in Bodacious Space Pirates, the Muli: Abyss of Hyperspace, Ito-san is credited for only the design of Mr. Yagi. No other design, simply the design, parentheses, Mr. Yagi, close parentheses.
I mean, with a title like that, do you want to be credited on any more than the design of a single character? I don't know.
Oh, no, okay, so this is you judging a book by its cover, because Bodacious Space Pirates is actually a pretty damn good anime. What is it pretty damn good? It's decent. It's good. It's like above mediocre, I would say. It's not what you think with a title like Bodacious Space Pirates.
I was going to say the only way that title, like, or that word bodacious could ever be used in a positive way if it was being said by Bill and Ted. So
right.
maybe Bill and Ted wrote it. That's my guess. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Maybe I should at some point just to know, just so I can say that I've seen it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like,
it's fun.
People saying, "Hey, Shad, we watched The Expanse this week. It was pretty good. What did you watch?" And I'd be like, "Well, let me tell you."
the Bodacious Space Pirates, and then the one about pancreas eating. the two titles are just like so nuts. But.
And that one I've also heard is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, exactly. That's yes, totally. Also, final note on Ito. She was chief animation director for AKB48 and AKB48 Next Stage, which are awesome. And we may have to do a review of these ones because they are, studio satellite shows, which is Shoji Kawamori's studio. And I've heard someone say that this is basically them picking up where Macross Frontier left off, that it's just more of that. So And I bless all from Twitter will be ecstatic. He loves AKB. So that's Ikuko Ito. The director of the show, who took Ito's concept and sat in the director's chair, is none other than magical girl stalwart Junichi Sato, who, you talk about your fondness for Sailor Moon and everything. Well, Sato is the series director for Moon R, and worked prominently on Sailor Stars and Super S, doing some storyboarding and episode direction. We've also got credits, chief director of Sergeant Frog, directed some of the Slayers not side projects, but like the OAV movie things. I don't know how canon those are. I think the TV series is just like canon, and then it's original, like the OAVs and stuff are original properties. But I could be totally wrong on that. Also, series director for Jimmy Gnome's favorite show, Ojamajo Doremi, another magical girl show people rave about. Chief director of Pre-Tier, which I think is a magical girl retelling of Snow White. So Tutu adjacent in that way.
God! Do each of the seven dwarfs have transformation sequences?
Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be so sick. Was involved with Fibrain as director and chief director for
Fibrain.
A bunch of. Have you never heard
Fibrain?
Of Fibrain? PHY.
It sounds
new word brain.
Oh, that's how it's spelled. Sorry, I thought you were saying something that sounded like a condition people who use Pixiv suffer from.
No. Fibrain is a show about people who love puzzles, and it just has like people like weeping openly, like prostrate on the floors, be like, "I love the puzzles. Don't you love the puzzles?" It's really good. It rules. I promise you. Let's see, more Sergeant Frog stuff. People know who Junichi Sato is. Aria. That's the other one I was thinking. What am I not mentioning? Sort of the first ever, like when I was learning what Yashike was, healing anime, people were like, Aria the natural, Aria the animation. These are the healing anime, like the avatar of that genre. And Sato is director, head writer of a whole bunch of Aria. So the man, I would say, knows his lane. And now we're going to talk about the head writer for Tutu. Series composition is Michiko Yokote. And Yokote-san, let's see, wrote some of this. Oh, well, no, that's just a script. Wrote 23 scripts for Bleach TV. Your favorite and mine. Wrote 8 scripts for Cowboy Bebop, and not the Netflix one. The real one. Is the head writer for all of Genshiken. Very like popular, sort of mid-aughts slice of life comedy. I think it's sort of it's like sort of anime fans poking fun at themselves in a lighthearted way. Kind of, I guess, what is your favorite, or your one of your favorites? Sort of a lighter version of what Welcome to the NHK does, maybe. I haven't seen either show, so I'm just talking about my ass here.
my time to come back to Welcome to the NHK is long overdue, but I need to bring something up actually now that you've been mentioning all this. Mm-hmm. The original person, the storyboard lady. I mean, I'm terrible with names, so I apologize. Like, what was her name again?
Ikuko Ito was her surname. Yeah. Let me see the original concept. Let me get her first name correct. Yeah, well, Ikuko Ito-san.
Yeah, so I want to give another shout out to Tim Rogers here for teaching me something thanks to the Tokimeki Memorial review, which is the kanji for ko, which is a feminine ending part of names in Japan. And the reason I mention this is because I'm recognizing that 2 of the lead creatives on this that you mentioned are women. Yes. And I know this was a discussion that came about following you brought up Cowboy Bebop, and specifically how bad the live action version is, and how a lot of the success of the original is attributed to the creative talents of women being involved in it. Particularly those who I can't remember the name of the specific person, it might be the one you mentioned, who like really helped define who Spike was as a character. So I think it's just worth noting that, because we have a tendency, I think, sometimes to forget that there are a lot of women creators out there, particularly even historically, not even just recently in anime, and they produce some phenomenal work. So I just felt that was worth highlighting, given that, you know, there's been things like mentioning about how, okay, we're going to reinterpret Cowboy Bebop into live action for the West, and, well, they just made a complete fucking hogwash of it. So, yeah, it's worth recognizing the talents of people from that time period when we might otherwise think that it was entirely a male-dominated industry.
Welcome to the ouch, motherfucker. That's all I have to say. Oh gosh, I totally lost my train of thought. But Yokote. Oh yeah, I was gonna say she worked with Ito and Sato on Magic Users Club that I mentioned before, because she wrote 5 of the scripts here. Wrote 24 Naruto scripts. Was the head writer on another ninja show, Nabari no O.
So she wrote 1% of the entirety of Naruto.
She did. She was just a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. That's nothing. I'll tell you what is something, is that they wrote, let's see, 5 seasons worth of Ranma 1/2. The scripts. That's it's a lot of Ranma 1/2, man. That's a lot of action comedy. And I like Ranma, but my feeling on Ranma is that a little Ranma goes a long way. But I do enjoy. But that was not her only foray into Rumiko Takahashi stuff. I see here she's also the head writer for all 3 seasons of Renne, which I believe is a more modern Takahashi property. Written some stuff for some of the Saint Seiya, the modern adaptations of that. Was the head writer for the Shirobako movie and for the Shirobako TV series. So shout outs to Yukinon and Yukinon's love of Shirobako. Wrote some scripts for Tamako Market. So Owen was the head writer for Holic, which I know is sort of like a controversial adaptation, I think, for Clamp fans. I think there are people that really like that manga, but they're like, the adaptation. But also I've heard people really like the anime too. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Holic. For the head writer here, Michiko Yokote. That's easy for me to say. And finally, I thought I would shout out the musician, the person credited for music in Princess Tutu. And I don't know. I mean, certainly, like, this show uses compositions that already exist. So I don't know if Kaoru Wada here, if he is credited with music for the original pieces only, or if he like conducted original recordings or something like that of these classic pieces of ballet. But nonetheless, Kaoru Wada, credited with the music of Princess Tutu. You may know him, like, it looks like he's done the music for every single Inuyasha iteration, including the current ones that have ever existed. Also the Ninja Scroll movie. And is Mars Daybreak the terrible anime? That's not the terrible anime. No, I'm
Mars
thinking
of Destruction is.
Yes, I'm thinking of Mars of Destruction. You're right. Mars Daybreak is I think a kind of sort of average mecha show.
From what I remember of Mars of Destruction, it was just the one episode or like pilot or whatever you want to call it, that was made, I think, with a budget of maybe 20 yen. it was very much a couch diver's budget, if you know what I mean.
It's
so I don't
bad.
think they could have afforded him to make any music. The music they made was the noises that the computers made when they were turning them on. So the Windows 95 startup.
Oh my god. Got the music credits here for Battle Angel, the OAV, Casher and Sins, D Gray Man, both seasons. I don't know which Gegege no Kitaro this is. It looks like a TV show from the 90s and then some other ones. Kitaro has been revived in recent years, but it's been revived. It's one of those properties. It's sort of like a light horror thing. Like it's all about yokai. It's one of those. It's a really, really old manga. I think from the 60s, maybe. But it's been like remade or revived or rebooted like a billion times. From various decades. So, I don't know. I don't know. Which Kitaro, but some of Gegege no Kitaro, the music, and also Gilgamesh, which is an odd and kind of underrated show, but I don't know. There's something about it that was interesting. It's from this time period. Anyway, that's all my rambling about the creatives. I think all these people are super talented, and it does not surprise me at all that this show, if you're looking at the resume, maybe I shouldn't say it doesn't surprise me at all, because sometimes good creatives can come together and, well, you know.
Do I bring up Phantom again? I remember
exactly.
I remember exactly the discussion we had on that podcast and how, was it Yosuke Kuroda, and you were just like, what happened to him?
Yosuke Kuroda, yes. And then also, I believe, the person that directed Dirty Pair Project Eden. And like, what the hell happened here? But yeah, anime, it's a collective thing, and there's production committees, and it's, you know, not really auteur-driven industry too much. It hasn't been for a while anyway, and you know, it is what it is. But these people are all super talented, and they clearly worked very, very hard with everyone else and made an excellent show. So that's my deal on just a few of the main creatives behind Princess Tutu.
Excellent. Thank you very much for enlightening us on that, Doc. All right, so spoiler-free recommendations. Should you watch this or should you not?
Or are we going to do the summary here, like the brief?
Oh, of
like
course. Sorry. Yes,
I completely. We're not going to give everything away for those who haven't.
No.
We're not in the,
all right.
the spoiler zone.
All right,
we're not there yet.
Let's see. Let me give the spoiler-free source. So,
once upon a time, there was a man who died.
Yes,
the first lines of the show.
It's true. It's true. There was indeed a man who died. But imagine a town, if you will. It's a town that exists in that kind of like indefinite period of time where it's Germanic. It's, you know, from like the 1600s, something like, you know, the old-timey towns, like that kind of thing. And there is a ballet school there. And there is a student there. The student's name is Ahiru. Now, if you know anything about Japanese, which I don't, so I'm happy to enlighten you on this, Ahiru means duck.
Oh,
and no, it wasn't.
I have to stop you here.
Oh,
because I can't believe I haven't owned up to this yet or talked about this. I had to watch this show dubbed in English because I did not acquire it through spurious means. I watched it legally streaming on Amazon Prime. And the only way you could do that is watching the English dub. And I would have forked over money for High Dive, except I believe they only have the dub as well. So the Japanese audio version with English subtitles is not streaming. So like that may create a little bit of dissonance between very, very specific lines or pronunciation of names between us, spellings of names. Because I was looking.
Oh, just wait till you get to
things were
Muto
like,
or Mifo. Just you wait until we get to him. God's sake.
So, like, well, just really quickly, my thoughts on the dub are this is not the ideal way to watch the show. I think the person who played Rue, I should have their name up, but I don't have it in front of me. Look it up, people. The person that played Rue, I thought acquitted herself quite well and displayed a lot of range and emotional depth. But most of the other characters were either bog standard, pretty lifeless, or super annoying because they were supposed to be annoying. So, like, not really. But you can get used to anything, and I overcame this obstacle to still enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned before about the fact that this show was created during the awkward period for anime. When I say that isn't just strictly a Eastern thing for or a Japanese thing. Like, it was awkward just for getting it in the US, of course, or the West as well. Anyway, and particularly in dubs.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
I think at that point I don't mean to be disparaging towards voice actors from that period, but I think that it's like I said about the idea of how, when I was talking on the Phantasm pod about how the idea of writing evolves over time, like writing techniques, the voice acting industry for anime, and just voice acting in general, I think for like animation, video games and such, was still maturing at that time.
Totally.
So yeah, I think that I having not watched it dubbed, I can't really comment. But if there are any problems with the dub, I'm not going to blame the actors facts. I think that it's just one of those things where it's a function of the time period that it was released in.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, like, you know, this is also a collective effort, like making the anime, because you have, you know, the scripts has to be written for the actors. The actors have to play their parts, but the ADR director, you know, the director of the English dub recording, you know, is running the show too. And, you know, this was definitely that period where it was like, okay, every word you say has to match the lip flaps. You know, thankfully we have sort of moved on from there and we fudge it a little bit to make things sound more natural now, I think. But like, yeah, that definitely made for slightly more awkward dubs by and large back then. Yeah. But not that, I mean, I just sort of like, I mean, I guess to be absolutely fair to the dub, like it did, you know, one might argue, who is a fan of the dub, that it fits the tone of the show and kind of the setting. And I don't really have a super big argument against that, but I would have preferred to watch in Japanese because I'm a snob, basically.
You have the distinction of wanting it in the purest form.
Oh, yes. Right. Quite right. I prefer my anime unsullied by the lungs and vocal cords of Westerners. Thank you very much. Yes.
Why, thank you, Sir Doctor, or Herr Doctor in this case. Anyway, okay, so back to the summary. So there is a town in a place in time in a period of ye olde nature, and there is a student named Ahiru at this ballet school, and she has eyes only for the most fragile and porcelain-like boy that there is, named Mifo or Muto, depending on if you have any chest congestion on the day. Like, it really depends. Or if you're, you know, native in Japanese. Like, we'll talk about it later. But anyway.
He was always called Muto by people in the dub. Like he was a supervillain who had a large television remote control and had the power to mute anyone.
Oh, a Captain Planet villain.
Muto, I've silenced you. And
you cannot speak at the Senate now, Captain Planet.
Exactly. He's a conservative supervillain. I've silenced you.
Cancelled, I think you mean.
Yeah. Now he's changed his ID. He's the Chancellor.
Okay, so Captain Planet fanfic aside, yes, there is indeed that. But there's also a couple of other players in town. There is, of course, the most amazing female performer of the group, who is named Rue, who Doc has mentioned earlier. And there is a very grumpy, very surly, snivelly little shithead of a sort named Fakir.
What an asshole.
Who basically says to Muto, like, he basically like treats Muto like, okay, Muto, you have one frame of mind, which is no thoughts, head empty. That's it. That's all you ever like. And so
do the Goku.
Yeah. And so, and at a point later on where Mifo like is trying to, for some reason, look out of his window in the opening episode, he falls, and Ahiru wants to save him. Now, what I have not disclosed to you at this point is that Ahiru is not actually human. She is a duck, like her namesake.
Right.
Fulfilling the normative determinism requirement that this show has. But she is masquerading as a human through means that she is not entirely aware of at this point. A pendant that she wears on her neck, but how she got that, she's not quite clear.
And in English, they only call her duck. Like, at no point is she ever called Ahiru. And that makes it terribly confusing for some people, I would think, when that one episode where you have the donkey, Miss Bottom, who collects the love notes, and her friends, PK and Lilie, who I know we'll talk about because I got some words about PK and Lilie, but they sort of write this love note for her, and it says Ahiru on it. And so if someone, one of the aforementioned children I mentioned, or someone who just wasn't super big anime fan or researcher about this kind of thing, like, why does Duck's love note say from Ahiru? Why?
They probably should have just left it untranslated and just pronounced it in English, and that would have been absolutely fine.
And man, this was the period. Oh my God. Okay, Shadon. Oh, I just have to get this off my chest. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you.
Do it.
But so this was and maybe this is still done. I talk about these things like, because I don't watch a lot of dubs currently, but I used to in the early days of my anime fandom. You sort of had to in a lot of cases, but Tutu, or should I say Ahiru, Duck, refers to Muto, the prince, as Senior Muto in English throughout a whole bunch of the beginning in this anime.
Is that meant to be a replacement for senpai?
Yes, I was going to say, I'm sure that's what it is. And like, I dislike it when, the Lord, Lady, Senpai, like, senior, like all that stuff is like, I know it's not it's easy for me to sit here and make the scriptwriter's job harder and be like, just make it something else. Like, don't. But it just sounds so awkward.
You know what? You know what's funny? Like, thinking about it, if we got a modern dub of this show in the way that I suppose Evangelion
so
did,
good. Yes.
All I can think of is like, if you retranslate it, like maybe lean into the Germanic element, like say these hair mutos.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
Frau Duck.
Yeah. You can like go into that a little bit. I think like play into the the fact that it very much is based off European Germanic like folklore and fairy tales and whatnot, and then bring in the language element, because the senpai element, I mean, this is not set in Japan, this show, so the senpai element is a concession for Japanese show. For its original audience, basically, to help them understand the honorifics, because that's why that's there, like the relationship, it's to codify that. But that doesn't mean you can't translate that elsewhere. But saying it as senor, like did you say senor as in Spanish senor?
She says senior, as in the opposite of junior.
Yeah, because senior is very... Yeah, that's not something you ever say.
Awkward. Like senior Muto. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe they got confused. Because they do pronounce it like senior. Not like with a super accent or anything, but just like senior Muto. They say like... It's like SEEN space Y. They put the Y in there. YOR senior. It's not like senior... Senior, I don't know. Who knows what they're going for?
It's strange.
It's very, very weird.
Mm-hmm.
But I promise I think I'm gonna stop talking about the dub unless anything else comes up. but I think that's it. But yeah, we can proceed.
Okay, so she is, as I say, a duck who has attained human form because she has seen the Prince Muto from afar and is in love with him and wishes to be close to him. But what she also doesn't know is that she can indeed transform further, and through what I'm going to note now will be a key talking point for me later, through involuntary means transforms into Princess Tutu, who is a character of mythology in this world. She is a graceful ballerina who can connect with the emotions of the people before them and bring light to the world this kind of thing. And she catches Muto during his fall, and this then sets the events of the story in motion in more ways than one. For even in the very first episode, if I recall correctly, there is a figure, a creepy Pierre LeFou looking motherfucker named Drosselmeyer, who is watching from his clockwork realm and commenting on what's going on.
Missing his eyelids.
Yeah. So there's something afoot here. There are forces at work in the background that have conspired to bring Princess Tutu into the world. And of course, there's the question of what's happening with Muto, because he's very dead inside, in a way. He is emotionless.
Very dead inside. We talk about like milquetoast characters in like harem shows or different anime, and this is like that to the instant. I mean, he's just he's just a doll. He's a lifeless doll that Rue and Fakir
you might say.
Yes. Fakir and Rue are kind of having a tug of war over his if not his affection, then his attention and his obedience.
It's their version of basically saying, Mom, it's my turn to play on the Xbox.
Exactly. Muto is the Xbox. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And would you believe he even has his red ring of death moments throughout this show? So it all fits, I tell you. But that is the premise of it. Like there is an ongoing quest to bring Muto back to life of a sort, to make him feel again. There is, of course, the fact that Fakir and Rue are involved in all this. There is Drosselmeyer's machinations, because he seems to be in charge of the entire narrative in a very literal sense. And of course, there is also the lingering threat, because this being an amalgamation, a synthesis of many fairy tale tropes that came before it, there is a warning. If Ahiru ever declares her love for the prince, that being Muto, of course, she will disappear in a speck of light. And that's...
Tragic heroine. Yes. Okay. This is very good setup here. I want to add a few more of the larger picture elements, just so people can get more of an idea of the flavor of this. So it is definitely, like you said, we have said before, Magical Girl show. And in keeping with that, like there's a sort of long-term quest to kind of gather a lot of a certain item. You know, in Cardcaptor Sakura, you're gathering all the cards. And are they gathering anything in Sailor Moon? Are they meant to?
No, the villains are gathering things in Sailor Moon.
Okay.
Yeah, you got your star seeds, you got your dream mirrors, you got your talismans, your general human life force, Usagi sanity. We could go on all bloody day.
Well, in Tutu, Princess Tutu herself is trying to collect the shards of Prince Muto's heart, and bring them back together, and one by one restore his feelings, so that, as you said, he won't be kind of dead inside.
She never ever once holds him up over her head, and we never hear the Zelda item pickup theme. Da 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 da. This disappoints me greatly.
And throughout the show, like you said, Fakir and Rue kind of fall into their sort of roles. Fakir being the sort of knight protector of Prince Muto, and Rue kind of becoming the foil for Tutu, for Duck, the antagonist. And that is kind of how the first bit of it forms up and goes along. And but as Shadon said, like there's more going on than this sort of simple structure might make you think. And the show, certainly as it goes, takes it flips the chessboard. It turns the tables on you. There's a lot of twists. Things happen. Things get very meta. Also, like at the beginning of every episode, there is a sort of bite-sized version of a fairy tale. And this is, I guess, meant to sort of set your expectations for the episode. And many times the show will thwart those expectations. And you kind of get a clue early on, like this show is into doing that. And so it's got bigger ambitions about it than a sort of by the numbers kind of shoujo or magical girl sort of story.
Or even a fairy tale for that matter.
Exactly. It is definitely interested in interrogating the form of the fairy tale, I will say here. And if you have not seen it and that intrigues you, definitely don't listen to the spoilery section. Definitely go check the show out because it's a very rewarding show if you're interested in that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And there's a lot of ballet, like real ballet music, like Tutu. You said that, Duck is in ballet class, and Muto is in Fakir and Ruar as well. But like they spend a lot of time, and this is probably an element of the show where I'm missing something. Like my understanding and appreciation of the show could be enriched if I was more familiar with ballet, with opera, like with those kind of classical forms. And plays the music from that stuff and that does the dances,
Yeah. Well, we'll come back to that in a little bit, actually, for our talking points. That's something I want to specifically address. But one final thing I think is worth mentioning with respect to non-spoilers, but also just generally to tone. Now, you mentioned before, Doc, that, and feel free to intervene on me on this because you're actually a dad. Like, the only children I have are the things that, like, none, basically. I don't have him, So
that joke died on the vine. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Like, it was, I completely flubbed that one, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, point being, tone-wise, the first 3/4 of the show, in my opinion, are light and even. It's pretty, like, there's darkness. There's a bit of, like, dark bits here and there. But then it takes on a much more macabre tone towards the end. There are some scenes in this that are, I would say, like, if you want to just strictly talk in terms of, like, media classification, and like, they go from being from general to, like, adult supervision. And I'm not talking in terms of, like, sexual concept, like, not that. But, yeah, there's this particular scene.
Ahiro's nude throughout so much. Well, she actually is, but it's not.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
It's not that kind of thing.
No. But, like, there is a particular scene that I noticed on my Twitter, if you've been following me recently, where there is a discussion of Raven's blood. And, all I would say is that
Muto becomes an edgelord.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He
really does, yeah. All I would say is this. If you are planning on, like, as a family, watching it with your kids, I would very strongly advise that you take it to be a kind of kid-friendly show in the same way that you would consider The Neverending Story or Brave Little Toaster as being kid-friendly. For the most part, they are. And then there's that one little bit, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Or like the Transformers movie. It's a great shout from Rackham.
Yeah.
Twitter. Like, that is, because you're just bebopping along, and you're like, oh, yeah, like, this is like a well-animated version of what I love. This is me as a kid.
Got the Stan Bush going. This is cool great.
Music. And then, spoilers, Optimus Prime dies. And it's sad as shit.
Yeah, and he dies in the most hilarious and cynical way possible because they wanted to make a new toy line. That's what makes that film even better, in my opinion.
How dare you? How dare you sell it?
I'm so cynical and bitter about it. I just love the fact that they didn't even realize what they were playing with But anyway, that's a discussion for a different day. But anyway, yes,
I haven't shown my son. My son loves Transformers, and I have not shown him that movie for that reason.
Ooh,
I don't know. But he's only 7 at the moment, so I don't remember.
Yeah, well, funny enough, you saying that actually is a perfect way of framing how I would suggest parents approach, like, maybe sharing Tutu with their children. Because, towards the end, shit gets dark. Like, darker even. Like, there's some, as I say, like, there's a thing with Raven's blood, and it's like, yo, what's this? This is going all in. What the fuck? I mean, in fact, appropriately enough, given what actually happens, I would also describe it as being like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. That's, for the most part, all, family, all ages, apart from the racism, but never mind. But there is, of course, the, stuff with the heart and all that. And that's probably the best way I can describe it, given that what happens in the later episodes centers around the idea of hearts and such. And it's like, yo, what the fuck's this? That's pretty dark. I did that, and threatening. So yeah, take that for what you will. But anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe like around preteen or slightly younger, I think will be okay. But yeah, if you're talking about the Y7 area, then it might be the kind of thing where you want to watch yourself and kind of figure out, would my kid be able to handle this, and would this be like a good and healthy thing for them to watch right now? Should we put it off? Should we watch it together so we can talk about it? Definitely. I think it's really well done by you to point this out.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. Well, with our spoiler-free summary of the story out of the way, let us actually move on to our recommendations that are also non-spoilery in nature. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is this, and this is probably one of the highest praises I can give this show. I think there are works out there in general, and I'm going to probably struggle to name any of them offhand, but I think there are works out there that feel they want to be meta and make a point for the sake of being meta, or where they feel that the point itself is the thing that is worth making above all else. And that's not to denigrate or reduce the value of such works. Those are interesting in their own right. But for me, I again must always make the argument, why not both? And Tutu, not only does it make a point about stories and our relationship to them, and we're going to talk about that in great detail soon enough, but it is in of itself an engaging story.
Right.
It's like, if you took away all the meta elements, it would be a lesser show, certainly, but it would still be a worthwhile watch, in my opinion. And the converse of that is true as well. You take away the engaging story and the likable characters, and that's still, interesting. It still has the relevant points about our relationship to stories and fiction. But of course, having both of these be so well done, in my opinion, is phenomenal. It really does feel like greater than the sum of its parts. So yes, it accomplishes that I would want to see in shows that feel like metatextual or even self-critical when it comes to the idea of how we relate to media and fiction, by also making you actually give a shit about the characters within the story in question. It'd be too easy for them to be like hollow, avatars of meaning and all that. If you get my
yes,
game back there.
Totally.
It's not flawless though. I think that in particular, if I had any criticisms of the show, I would lay them squarely.
Be careful.
The
I would lay them. They're up. The people are lighting the torches.
Are you going to cut off my hands
and your eyelids?
Yeah. I don't want to be a Drosselmeyer. Don't worry. I don't want to be a Drossel Downer, shall we say?
Hey.
But I think that if I had any criticisms to lay against the show, they would be specifically at the block of episodes that follows the end of the first half, but precedes the end of the second half. So basically the third quarter, because there's some pacing issues with what's going on in those episodes, where I think the show is trying to do too much at once. And I'll explain why later. But additionally, I also have to say, I think that the show flubs Rue in a way that I found a bit of a shame, where I thought
Rue?
a show...
Really?
Yeah, where I thought this show, as self-aware as it could have been, as it is rather, that it seems to have missed something there.
Interesting. Okay, we'll have to talk about this for sure.
Well, we're doing the podcast. Now, don't get me wrong, neither of these things are deal breakers in the slightest. I just think that, I said before about the idea of writing maturing over time. I think that these issues would have been smoothed out in a more modern take on this. But also that would probably introduce its own problems and massage out so much of what is likable.
Not to spoil anything, but are you talking about sort of, is there a sort of sexist thing that I'm just missing? Because I think, I thought her kind of arc was quite well done, big picture, but is Is it to do with some kind of misogynistic elements or something that I'm not thinking
about? No, not as such. Without getting into spoiler details, we're still trying to avoid this. And without context, you won't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's just put it this way. There isn't an awful lot of Rue in that particular block of 6 to 7 episodes in the third quarter, but there is an awful lot of Princess Cray.
I see what you mean. Okay. Do they pronounce it Cray in the Japanese?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Okay. They add the he. They add Cray he. So she's got that 2 syllable.
Yeah, they definitely don't do that.
Okay.
Princess Cray, it is.
Okay. I like that better. That sort of makes sense. Anyway, please continue.
So, yeah, I think that those are my only real 2 problems with the show. I'm not even going to complain about the fact that some of the CG looks a bit iffy in it because it's very minimally used. And also, time period, let's be honest here. And I could even make the old point that the CG is used where its weirdness and strangeness is an asset rather than a detriment, where it is used intelligently. Mm-hmm. Because there are certainly many shows out there, I think, that started to implement CG when it became a thing around the time Tutu was created, just because they could, even though they look terrible. The CG is very minimal in this, and it's used it's either used minimally because they didn't have the budget to use it more often, or they used it only as much as they felt they should for telling the story they would tell. So even then, it in terms of animation, it's actually pretty decent, because I think part of my perception of this weird, awkward, growing phase period of anime is that it seems to have suffered a bit of a decline in overall quality. Now, that's a perception and not the truth. I could completely be wrong on that. And indeed, I've mentioned Darker Than Black, which I know was pretty decent. That's a show I've actually seen myself where the animation was halfway decent in that one. But that's Studio Bones for you, admittly.
Yeah, it's also 07. That's not the deepest, darkest period of the Digipaint years. For sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Which actually started, there was probably stuff that I'm not thinking about that was doing this in the late 90s. And it just really came to prominence with Blood the Last Vampire exploded in 2000 and was check out our sweet new animation techniques. And then that was it. There's no turning back.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, speaking of Transformers of all things, there was that CG Transformers Beast Wars show that people are quite fond of. Yeah. And that was made in the mid 90s or whatever. And that was
rough, but it's good.
Yeah. So it's not even all that necessarily much of a bad thing. But no, anyway. So yeah, I overall think Princess Tutu is exceptional. And if I had one final point to make on this, non-recommendation wise, as to how I personally feel about it, offering my particular sentiment on it, given what I've seen before, just again to establish my bona fides here, because I'm going to reference these shows later. I haven't seen a whole lot of Magical Girl stuff. I haven't seen Oremi that you mentioned before, not even Sally the Witch, other stuff just all sorts of stuff basically.
What I have Sakura. Seen, that needs to be the next one. Or Precure, some Precure, yeah.
Or Precure even. But what I have seen is this. I have seen Madoka Magica. I have seen Sailor Moon, except Sailor Moon Super S. I will freely admit I did not finish that particular season. But I don't think many people are going to hold me against me, so that's whatever.
You haven't seen Sailor Moon Crystal. You can't call yourself a true fan. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, I have seen Utena all the way through, so you can expect to reference that later. Those are the 3 primary ones I've seen, and I'm sure people could quibble as to whether or not Utena is a Magical Girl show or not, but I'm not going to split hairs about that.
It plays with the form, no question.
Yeah. And of course, shouts to Jacob Chapman for making the point that you referred me to, saying that this Princess Tutu, that is Utena for kids. And I can certainly see a lot of similarities. I would wonder if the person the lady you mentioned before who conceived of this show had indeed watched Utena, and that might have provided some inspiration. Not, of course, in any way to say this is a ripoff, not all, But if anything, I think Princess Tutu as a show makes a great argument for the idea of derivation from existing, or inspiration even from existing material, to come up with something that is familiar yet new. But anyway, back to my point. So I've seen those shows. One day, and I'm very happy to admit this on the pod, one day I want to commission a bit of fan art, and I'm going to call it The Tea Party. And The idea
Ted
behind
Cruz.
the Tea Party is
anime Ted Cruz and
oh,
Rand
no.
Paul. Let's not take this joke any further. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to push that aside. Get back onto point. So I'm going to commission, and it's going to be called the Tea Party. I know it has nothing to do with like snakes being tread on. Rather, once I've seen enough magical anime, I want to basically commission this art and have it be a tea party featuring the lead characters of various shows that are about magicals that I really, really fucking like. So I think that'd be cute, and like, you know, I think that there's a lot of similarities between these shows and like common ideas and common values they represent. And so the Tea Party, of course, includes Madoka, it includes Usagi from Sailor Moon, it of course includes Utena from Utena, with Tutu along with her, of course, because why not? Being the usual little git that he is.
Yes.
And so for me, like, as part of like this little Hall of Fame, like fan art source, you definitely want to have Ahiru at the same place. This show and her as a character deserve to stand shoulder to shoulder with those that came before it, that I mentioned, that I've seen. That's my overall recommendation. If you liked any of those, you will like this just as much, if not more.
Very well said. To me, I would totally agree. I think this is a show that I first watched. I mean, when I hadn't seen any of the shows you mentioned. I hadn't seen any Magical Girl, I don't think. But people kind of told me, you know, they weren't like, this is a cool Magical Girl show. They were like, this is this. People online were like, this is a show that's very meta and like, you know, critiques story forms and has a lot of metaphysics in it. A lot of critical theory hermeneutics at play, big ideas, but sort of conveyed digestibly. And I think if that sounds interesting, then I think that you would really like this show. You know, and like even if you're not really partial to Magical Girl, I think that you would still enjoy it because of it's just so interesting and creative, and you know the things that it is occupied with, I think are just so interesting, and it's cool because like it's a very thought-provoking show, I think, for all ages. Like the ideas in it kind of don't lose their luster. They're not less provocative kind of the older you get when you watch it, at least to me. You know, kids could get some stuff out of it. Adults, young adults, older folks like us could get some stuff out of it. And I think it just shows that like the writing and everything in it is very rich. There's a lot to like be mined from it. And we're talking like very seriously about the show because, you know, it does have big ideas. It's also kind of a wacky show at times.
It's very fun. There are a lot of genuinely good jokes in this show and recurring gags as well.
A lot of really funny animal people, very bizarre ones that are just truly bizarre for the sake of being bizarre. I'm not really sure why.
Let's just wait until we talk about Neko Sensei. Oh boy,
Mr. Cat is. I don't straight up dislike Mr. Cat, but Mr. Cat is very bizarre, very weird. We'll talk more about Mr. Cat when we answer the Twitter questions, but yeah, there's definitely lighthearted moments in the show. But as Shadan said, it takes a turn for the more serious and dark as it goes. This is the rare anime show for me that not only sticks the landing, but the ending is the best part. The ending to me was the strongest part of the show, unquestionably. Emotionally, it was the peak. Thematically, it was the peak. Everything that it had been trying to do, like it really brought it all home and brought it all together at the very end. And it's a very rare group of anime, I think, that has done that. It's, you know, has been notorious for kind of petering out, crapping out at the end. There's a ton of anime that start better than they finish. And Tutu is pretty good all throughout, but it just gets so great at the end. And On the negative side, I will agree with you that there are pacing problems. I would say the ideal way to watch the show would be in Japanese with English subs, and also like a little bit at a time. Like, don't be mainlining 7 episodes a day like I was doing to get ready for this show.
Yeah,
I would not encourage that. The repetition that works so well if you get this in small doses can grate if you binge the show. I think it's better digested in smaller portions over a longer period of time. I think, like, when you say something like the show is starting to age poorly, I think some people have a problem with the character designs. I quite like it. No, this is not you. Yeah, this is not you necessarily. I mean, the look of the show aging poorly, not the content. I've read this online. But I actually quite like Ito's character designs. I think they're kind of classic and they hold up really well. But just visually, like, you and I, again, watched, I think, different products in some ways, because I will bet that what you watched looked a damn sight better than what I did. Because both times I've watched this show streaming legally, I want to say the first time was either at Crunchyroll or through Hulu or something, and then this on Amazon Prime. I don't know if these are ripped from like the original early aughts DVD release that itself was copied from some kind of bad master. That happened a lot in those days. That would not surprise me. Like, anime companies, like, the Japanese studios, like, that owned the masters would give these English licensors shittier masters to work with. Probably
on a VHS tape rather than actual film.
Something like that.
More likely. So something side effect based.
And like, you would get these things when you're watching this on Prime or on those old discs, if that's the case, where like anytime the characters moved, it was like scan lines over the character. You know what I mean? Just like really yucky. So my advice will be to, I hate to just be like, fork out the money for the show. Perhaps the High Dive experience is better. Maybe go try that out rather than the Prime one, or take the route Shadon took.
We desperately need a Discoset Media version of this on Blu-ray.
Oh, it's the Sentai is releasing like a steelbook version of this is coming out or has just come out on Blu-ray. So
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, there's Blu-rays that you can buy in North America. For like, there's the normal standard edition Blu-ray, which I think is like around $55 or something, and then the steelbook is like $85. That's the MSRP. I'm sure you can find a good deal on it sometime around the holidays or something like that. But yeah, it's not out of print. It's just like, yeah, that version of it that's online currently on Amazon Prime is pretty woof. And so I know the show can look better than that. But honestly, like, the show to me wasn't so much about like the action, and the movement. I mean, of course the dances are beautiful and interesting and a key part of the show, but the fact that sometimes when characters moved suddenly, you get those scan lines. It wasn't, again, I overcame all that stuff, and the quality of the show shone through such that I still think it's like an all-timer. Like, it would probably make my all-time top 20 list if I think about it. And I, even most of the way through the show, I didn't think I was going to say that, but the ending was so strong and really went the extra mile for me in helping me care about all the characters beyond, like you said, their, what they were the avatars for, like the symbolism and the meta that was going on. Like, I cared about those 4 people in a much deeper way by the end than I ever thought that I would. Again, even like 20 episodes into the show. So yeah, huge recommend. If you have liked things that we've covered, I think this might be a weird recommend or a weird sort of, if you like this and you like that, but Wide Face Tank, Girls Last Tour. I think if you like shows like that are, maybe not the most fast-paced shows in the world, but man, they're really interested in thinking about big ideas in a cool way.
All about the rumination.
Then I think, with some silliness thrown in there, I think Tutu could be for you.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Certainly, if you're a Magical Girl fan and you like the sort of things we've been talking about that this show is about, if you're already a fan of the subgenre here, or rather I don't know, is Magical Girl a genre or a subject? Whatever. If you're a Maho shoujo and you haven't seen this, what are you doing? Go watch it. It's like required viewing.
Yeah. I can easily recommend it if you like any combination of Sailor Moon, Madoka, or Utena, the shows that I personally, as far as my bona fides go, I have seen. It is the easiest thing in the world. But I will also say this as my final point before we move into the spoiler zone. Spoiler zone. Which is, it's somehow one of those shows, I think, that given the time it was released, it's actually gotten more relevant as time has gone on, particularly in our modern era right now of 2022. But I'm going to elaborate why when we get to the talking points. I'm going to be circumspect at the moment. I mean, the costume element that you mentioned, I think it's one of those things where I thought, I see it, but if people want to be bothered by that, then I can't disagree with them, but I'm personally not that affronted or fussed myself. But there is certainly one part of the show that has definitely gone only more personal as time has gone by. But that is something we will have to save for, when we pass the threshold in a moment. Yes. That is the spoiler zone. Speaking of which, we are going to take, or rather, I'm going to take a very quick break and edit this out in post because that's how I roll.
I'm so happy that you're suggesting it because I have to as well.
All right, we're back, and this is your final warning. We are in the spoiler zone. Spoiler zone. So, we have a couple of different things to cover in this section. We have questions from our Discord members. We have a quite substantial amount of questions from Twitter as well. And then we have our actual talking points. So we're going to be going for this for a while. So you have been warned, though, there will be no holds barred discussion of spoilers throughout. And we will provide context as we go when we're answering questions rather than what we done otherwise where we've given full plot summaries. You know how this works. So with that in mind, we're going to move straight on to our Discord questions. The very first of which comes from a frequent guest member of our podcast, an all-around amazing person, Emily Rand.
Hey.
She has asked, will Crocodile Rena ever achieve her goal of becoming a world-class ballerina? Now, I don't recall there being a crocodile arena. I think it was the anteater one. I don't know if...
they're both. Both are there.
Did I miss that one? Well, anyway.
I don't think Crocodile Arena had an episode devoted to them. You know what I mean? But they're hanging out. They're there. And they're doing stuff.
That would explain it then. Maybe I just missed it. Because I was keeping an eye out for this as I was watching, given this question was asked quite a while back. And clearly I was not paying enough attention. But, well, to answer Emily's question, I will, of course, given that she asked it in rhyme, I will respond in the same. I believe, given time, the Crocodile Arena will... No, I've already fucked it. I've been thinking about this question for a while. But I'm not in the mindset for ad-libbing it. But look, right. We're going to be talking a lot later about the animals in question. But one thing I want to put right on the table at the moment is I know that we're going to get a question later about the animals, and indeed you've discussed this, the animals as comedy, as comic relief.
Uh-huh.
I actually think they serve also a very important purpose in the wider context, which is one of Ahiru's frequent problems in the show, or her concerns, is that she is just a duck and she can't do anything.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to talk about that later, and what happens to her specifically, but right from the very first episode, we see anthropomorphized animals doing human jobs. Like, we've got both students who like the anteater I mentioned. There's a bunch of meerkats at one point. There is a hippo, like, 2 birds. I could go on. And of course, Crocodile Rita. And
is there like
they
a
are
bat
just...
or a wombat, or
there is a bat, yes, in an amazing moment with Fakir, where the bat is the librarian.
Yes.
Which makes so much sense. It's not even funny. But anyway, point being though is they are all part of this world and they're doing fine. They're not self-conscious of their like animal nature, as far as I recall. We have Neko Sensei, of course, Cat Sensei, and apart from like all of the many jokes about him, like doing cat behavior. Yeah, there's the goats. Yeah, apart from doing like all the cat behavior jokes, including the most amazing visual gag ever, which I'll get to in a bit. Like he just does his job, and he does it for the most part well. Like especially when he's offering advice to the characters that's not related to ballet, where we get some downtime moments with like him and Fakir, for example. So I think that like. I would say yes, Crocodile Rita will achieve her goal of becoming a world-class ballerina, because the entire point of the show is that one's true nature is not an impediment to success or to accomplishing one's goals. Instead, it can, as it turns out to be, is an asset.
Yeah, totally. And that like other people might sort of want to assign you something that they feel is your nature, but that's actually not set in stone. It's not a given. It's malleable, and you can make it what you want it to be. I also think Fakir will write it into existence, if nothing else. If Crocodile Arena is struggling and just can't kind of get over the hump. She's trying to do the point or whatever pont toe thing, and Fakir could just whip out the old feather pen and be like, Crocodile Arena mastered it in 2 hours. Bam, it's done.
Crocodile Arena did not heat one of her classmates that day.
Yes, yeah, totally.
Absolutely. So, next question. These come from Danny of the excellent podcast Anime is Lit. I could not recommend them enough. Please, for the love of God, go check them out after you finish listening to this.
Do it.
Because they've done some amazing episodes, including one most recently that I can recall on Dear Brother. Absolutely worth your time, undoubtedly. So, first question from Danny at Anime is Lit goes like this. What are your thoughts on the meta-narrative device of Drosselmeyer interacting with his characters, as well as them rebelling against him and literally rewriting their own stories? In the end of the story, how would you measure the heroes' triumphs, both with regards to their victories and in opposition to destiny? What parts do you find emotionally satisfying versus what is narratively unexpected or interesting?
Man, we should try to tackle these one at a time.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Drosselmeyer. So Drosselmeyer is the author of the events of Princess Tutu in a diegetic sense.
Uh-huh.
If you don't know what I mean, he is the in-universe creator, basically a god of sorts, who positions characters to fulfill like what he feels like the story should play out to be. In his view, a tragedy. I would say that he's probably analogous in some way to characters like the Architect from The Matrix, if you want to use that as a point of reference.
Yeah.
Where I have created this world and I have created these people to live in it, and I will have them see out my desires. He essentially is playing a game of The Sims. Imagine if you played The Sims and they jumped out and just punched you in the face, that kind of thing. So I want to point something out. Firstly, that happens at the very, 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 very end of the show, which I actually thought was really neat on the creators' part. That is the creators of Princess Tutu, because the thing is, Drosselmeyer is just as much a character as the rest of everyone else. Mm-hmm. Because the whole idea behind diegesis in fiction is that it doesn't matter like what the rules of the fictional world are. They are always like at the whims of the real world author. So when you get people saying like, well, goblins do heinous shit because they're goblins. The answer is no. The goblins in that story are doing heinous shit because the author wants them to. Simple as that, really.
The Dan Olsen.
Yes, Dan Olsen, indeed. This is where I'm drawing a lot of my favourite reference from. Definitely check out his work on like the Fermian argument. But Drosselmeyer, like after everything is said and done and he is ultimately defeated, like he actually acknowledges to the audience in a moment of fourth wall breaking that he says, "What if I'm just a character in another story?"
And then he says exactly what like the rest of the characters in the story do. He's like, "Oh well, I'm just going to do whatever I want to do anyway."
Yeah, absolutely. So I really like that final flourish where they round out and basically affirm that he is no one special through that. Because if I had a mild side complaint, I wouldn't even necessarily say this is against the show, like there is no ultimate retribution against Drosselmeyer for manipulating the events of the show, really. He is indeed allowed to go off to a different story. That's what happens at the very end. So I like the fact that he admits that he is no more powerful than anyone else. And I think that's just a kind of like ending point, like after all has been said and done, as the tension has been relieved, to remind the audience, given all the meta-narrative stuff that's happened before, that even he is no more subject, like he's no more like an agent in the story than anyone else. Like he is the ultimate product of the creators of the show itself. So I thought that was a really, really nice flourish.
You're saying God never gets his comeuppance?
No, I'd have liked. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to like get given a swirly or anything, but I mean, I would have been okay with like him dying, like fading away, like
I know what you mean,
permanently being erased. Because, funnily enough, one of the messages of Princess Tutu is overthrow your creators, destroy your architects. Not just with Drosselmeyer.
I mean, if he goes to a different stories and that kind, I mean, like for their world, he might as well cease to exist, right? If he's, if he really is gone, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he hasn't proven himself to be the most benevolent of.
I know.
Yeah,
no, he's not. I mean, like he has definitely defined his own nature and essence and way of being as author who loves tragedy and loves to build up his heroes and heroines only to have them crash and burn at the end. That's what he loves to do. That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah. So I'm at least glad that they had that final moment, and also that it happened after everything had concluded, because I want there to be a victory of sorts over him that like we the audience could feel, and that would have still been there if he hadn't said that, but that was at least being said, and I think that it just reaffirms again like that all stories are just the like even he ultimately had no power in the end because it was the people who made the show that were in charge.
There you go. My thoughts on this, I'm trying to decide whether to like marshal out my main point here. The main thing that I liked about the show that I got out of it this time was, and I think I will, because Danny asks about, what do we think about the characters rebelling against their author and rewriting their own stories? And I just think it's marvelous. I think this is to construct a fairy tale with roles that anyone, even kids will recognize and kind of easily intuitively grasp because we're told fairy tales since we're very, very small, right? Princes, maidens, knights, kings, wizards, these kinds of things. We have expectations built into what those archetypes are meant to be like. And we have actual people assign those roles in this story. And then, Drosselmeyer makes such a big deal about like, oh no, you are a princess, so this is how you feel. This is your limit. This is what you can do. Duck, you don't know your place. So you're going to be in trouble this way. Oh no, the knight has to do this. It's predetermined in the nature of knighthood that they'll do this thing and they'll act this way So therefore, this is going to, and then the characters at some point in the show begin to, as Danny says, rebel against that and take hold of their own personal narratives and stories and say, screw this role that you have assigned to me. Not only Drosselmeyer, so I think that there's like a lot, like Drosselmeyer, you could say, is sort of, if you want to make this a sort of one-to-one allegory, is like perhaps the sort of role that you might feel that God has assigned you, as Drosselmeyer is like the God of this world, God or religion, or maybe even society. And then you have Rue, who she's been given a role by Drosselmeyer, certainly, but she's also been given an identity, a role by her quote unquote father, the Raven, who, she believes herself the whole time to be this thing, even though she hates it. Like, she just has so much self-loathing for being who she thinks she is. And she was happiest when she pushed all that away and she was just a human rather than Princess Crahy, a crow. And so she too casts off a role that was assigned to her by her quote unquote family. Because sometimes those things can be oppressive. Family assigns us roles that we are, as we grow older, we outgrow or we're uncomfortable with, or we're, they kind of deeply offend our sense of who we are in our hearts. And so like you have all this happening in this show that is just, I think, again, the message is so kind of liberating that we're not bound by these predetermined things assigned to us by these different authorities or authority figures. And we can throw that off and we can write our own stories. And I think that that's awesome. And again, I think that this is a really rich and kind of, this is I don't want to say deep, but it's the only word that's coming to mind. It's a deep concept, but like, but it's presented in Princess Tutu in a way, again, that I think kids could get that out of it, or like get the germ of the idea, you know what I mean? And think on it. And as they get older and think about it more or revisit it and be like, oh, yes, that's right. This is, so I love the rebelling stuff, and I love the meta narrative. Like Drosselmeyer entering his own story is really interesting. I haven't really thought. I mean, I bet Danny and Kay have so many thoughts about this because they're literature people. This is the only other time I personally can think of this happening is what Stephen King does in The Dark Tower. He puts himself into those books. I've not read, but I've heard. But you have Drosselmeyer doing it here, and it's interesting. But I don't know. Do you have more thoughts on this piece? I
do.
Okay,
I do. So here's the thing: you're absolutely right to bring up Rue and the Raven. But you might recall I said before that this show is not just a meta like textual work where it's solely concerned with pointing out that characters are at the whims of their creators and all that, but it is compelling in its own right because there is genuine tragedy behind Rue's story.
Totally.
Like, she was stolen away as a baby and raised as a raven. And I said before about the idea of this show being dark. She was she was raised on a diet of raven blood.
Yes.
Which I'm willing to bet you, amongst everything else, is not nutritionally balanced. So
not.
You can tell. So yeah, the Raven's a bit irresponsible father, I'm saying. But there's also another character in this mesh of this idea of rebelling against your creators. Fakir also fits into this
100%.
because he is, as written in the show, a descendant of Drosselmeyer. Mm-hmm. He is of Drosselmeyer's blood. So in fiction, there's often that, idea that's covered in like a lot of sci-fi in particular, and also elsewhere of, free will versus determinism. And we get both angles of that. We have Rue, who is not blood related to the Raven, but is raised under his care, or lack thereof, and becomes Princess Cray as a result, this malevolent force. But Fakir, in turn, there is the idea that is posed, maybe not directly by the show, but certainly floated because of implication that since he is Drosselmeyer's, descendant, will he follow the same path as Drosselmeyer when he gains his powers to write reality as he chooses? Will he follow the same path?
Mm-hmm.
Will he ultimately choose tragedy because that was Drosselmeyer's path? Will he make the same mistakes? So you've got the meta element of Drosselmeyer being in control, but ultimately having no power over anyone in the end, really. And then you've got the nature versus nurture angle of being raised or being beholden to a bloodline. Both of these are covered. It's a holistic approach.
Yeah.
It is not just metatextual. It also covers the idea of changing from what is presupposed of you in a textual manner as well.
Mm-hmm.
It really gets such mileage out of it. It does. Really, really good.
It does. And even Fakir sort of transitioning from seeing himself as a knight to seeing himself as an author. I love... that's a great phrase you use. Gets a lot of mileage out of it because I love his the way he goes through that transition. It's so interesting and affecting for the character, but also on this thematic level, it really works because he's eventually realizes that his sword is him using a sword is so useless when it comes to protecting Muto. Him swinging that around is not going to accomplish anything. And I feel like that, to me, when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, this is him shirking off societal expectations of masculinity. Because the sword being this sort of very stereotypical masculine urge for power, to wield power over others and to take violent action upon your world as a means to shape it, and sort of file that under the excuse of I'm protecting someone. Not that there's not legitimacy for it at times, but that's often the CYA, oh, I'm protecting.
Yeah,
but
what is mightier than the sword after all?
The pen. And so he does something different, something that he used to love to do as a child, that he rediscovers this passion for it, that's not something that he needed to throw away as a childish thing and be a real man or whatever. No, he can help people and change the world and do something that is worthwhile to him that he started to toy around with as a child. And that scene at the very end of him sitting on the dock with Ahiru in the water. He's got his fishing pole and he's just riding away. It's just such a beautiful picture.
Yeah, absolutely. So talking about the end of the story, to address Danny's point there, I would agree with you with respect to Fakir. Sorry, I've said Fakir there, which is the ship name. Whoops. But I mean, actually, I suppose that's technically also accurate. But Fakir and Akiru. When it comes to Rue and Mifo, because they end up, princess and prince together, going off literally in a carriage at the end. I mean, Rue ultimately overcomes all of it, the poisoning of the Raven's blood, all of these many, many years of abuse and neglect and being twisted mentally and physically through the power of love. And I think that's
cheesy.
Got a lot of,
that's so corny. It's not. Hey, I love it.
No, it isn't. But I love the fact that the time frame for that is so long that in the end, even though there's so many times where you think you're just kind of pushing her, bringing her back towards humanity, that she just flicks away,
yeah.
I love the fact that in the end, it really is as pure as that for her, that she overcomes it. And also the fact that it's a joint effort between her and Muto to destroy the Raven.
Yes.
Again, overturn your creators, literally literally them asunder, destroy your architects.
Yes. God, the moment when she, when it really happens for her, when she admits that I don't know, she realizes that she selflessly loves somebody, and she's just openly confesses that. Like, I love you. I've always loved you, Muto. And like, she's been living in this way where she's been all about like receiving love. But like, for her to come to this place of like real, genuine, unconditional love for someone else, and to have that moment of catharsis and like self-realization. And then that's what turns Muto from genuinely unsettling Raven Man to back to his human form. Like, I loved that moment. I thought that was great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the relationship has been reborn from his previous mutual toxicity to something pure and wonderful. And that's, I'm going to talk about that later, by the way. But yeah, like, I think that for me, that was one of the best parts of the ending. I don't have much more else to add that. Do you have anything else you want to say, Doc?
No, I think we mostly covered that first part. So the next question would be,
okay,
what, in the end of the story, how would you measure the heroes' triumphs, both in regards to their victories and in opposition to destiny?
The only thing I would bring up here is Fakir says about going back to his true nature, and he doesn't physically change the results of that, which is not unreasonable, but let's be blunt here. Ahiru, like, is back as a duck. She is no longer a part of the school life, but Fakir gets to remain a human. And there's something a bit uneven about that, in my opinion, because she ultimately has had to give up more than he has. I mean, there's even a scene in the like closing credits of the final episode where we see her friends, one of which I know his name is PK, but I can't remember the others. Lilia, yeah. Where they're like, wait, wasn't she there? And then they're like, no, there she's not anymore. And I understand the idea of like them being strictly in the romance, like, or whatever you want to call it, amongst themselves, where he accepts her for who she is, and it doesn't matter if she's a duck. Like, you know, it's very, you know, classical fairy tale stuff. But there is a wider world out there that she's been a part of and interacted that she's now gone from. And again, in it, that wouldn't be wrong in itself, but like Fakir literally says, let's both go back to our true natures, but he ultimately sacrifices far less than her. And part of me just can't help but wonder if this would have been better if he hadn't been like left as a human, but instead had become like a duck like her. Maybe they both became swans. I don't know.
This is an
excellent. I think that's unreasonable.
This is an excellent point by you that I had not considered. Yeah, Fakir's ass gets to like write and fish, you know, hang out on the dock. But then he can go inside, or he can go to parties, or he can do the things that humans do that Duck used to be doing. Now she can't. Yeah, there's some inequality there, no doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, that it's wrong for Ahiru to be a duck, because the entire point, and indeed the catharsis of the ending, is that she is at her most powerful and her most brilliant as a duck. That's what causes the conflicts to be resolved. And indeed, that's also spread out so many times throughout the rest of the show, which I'm going to talk about later.
Maybe this is an us problem, and we're being too anthropocentric. We're privileging humanity.
I think the thing is
equal to humanity.
The thing is, though, when I say this, I'm like, there are so many fairy tales I kind of know of through the process of like cultural osmosis, where the scope of them is so very much around the prince and the princess. And so if we never got that credit sequence where we saw the rest of them and it was just Fakir and Ahiru, I think I would have liked it fine, because it would then just be about them. But when you see the wider world that she has now left, and that wider world is still there, like the scope of it is much larger than them two. That's why I think it doesn't quite gel for me, as opposed to in the fairy tale where it's like the prince and the princess lived happily ever after, where it's like the prince lived more happily than the princess because there are so many other people out there that she knew that she can't see anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe that's intentional because of the bittersweet part of it. I don't know. Like, your mileage is going to vary on this.
It certainly seems like
it wasn't.
From our point of view, she sacrificed a lot more than Fakir, it would seem.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was forced to wear to have his other sleeve on his shirt match. Like, he had two long sleeves instead of the one short sleeve, and that's his penalty. Because my God, get matching sleeve links, please.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I think that again, if it was just the case that it was simply about them two, if the scope of the story was smaller, I would be more on board with it. But it's also not, in my opinion, a deal breaker, really. Like, let's be honest, though, the ending really is about them. I mentioned, like, the credits and, like, all the characters we see who are, like, living their normal lives, like, now this has all been resolved. But do we really care all that much about them? Relative to Fakir and Ahiru?
Oh, relative to the core four, no.
No. So, it's a minor point. But, I mean, I also think that I like the idea of the ending as well, just in general, because we don't know what comes next for them. Again, the old endless ending thing that I've said so many times, it applies here too. And that's also why it works that Fakir is writing on the dock. Like, there's a whole future ahead of them now.
Sure. You know, cut to 5 years later, and he's married and he's forgotten about the duck in the duck pond.
Oh, no. But I will say this. It's funny you say that, because I'm going to talk later about what I think is a missed opportunity of the show. Partly due to the pacing problems and some of the revelations that come at the end that I think cry out to be like really expanded upon.
Okay. I think I've mostly answered. I think I've mostly answered this question of Dan's, the second one, so we can move on to the third one. Yeah.
Well, I've talked about Rue and the love element of being emotionally satisfying, so I don't have much more to add to this one. Do you have anything else you want to say, Doc?
Well, I mean, I think to me, like, these two, it's just a flat circle, the emotionally satisfying, and not a flat circle, but a circle, the emotionally satisfying and the narratively interesting. You know, because
they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. I mean, it was all inclusive here. Everything. It's just at the end, all these things came together, like the character arcs, you know, as they were in the story, the meta elements, the thematic stuff that we've discussed, the message of like personal liberation, everything, and then just the characters really kind of all overcoming what looked like certain tragedy, or like to be stuck in this terrible cycle of Muto shattering his heart, recovering it, and then shattering it again, and so on and so forth, in his quest to defeat the Raven and go back into his story, which we didn't even mention that, like, there's this story within a story that Muto is actually from. He's very there's just a lot happening there. But yeah, no, I think like you said, I've kind of talked a lot about this. Yeah, I mean, I really thought everything that was narratively interesting was also what I was into the most emotionally, and vice versa.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, this leads on to Danny's next question, for which I've already brewed up an answer for. And this question goes as follows. Also, personally, as someone who rarely takes interest in male on female pairings, Fakir Ahiru is one of my favorite MF ships. Is there anything that stands out to you about their romance journey that feels compelling or interesting? Sorry for my Fakiru propaganda. Nothing wrong with that. I agree with it. Just my quick aside. But if not so much, were there any other romantic storylines that you connected with in Princess Tutu? Okay, so when you get to the end of the first half of the show, and it ends with Princess Tutu dancing with Muto after saving him from Cray, like when she nearly, like, you know, wins and takes his whole heart and all that. This is in like some sort of underground cavern. The story ends, like, at that point, as far as you are aware, in the most textbook fairy tale way. And the prince and the princess danced happily ever after for all eternity.
Yeah. Still really good. Yeah. Still satisfying, I think, in its own way. But there's more to come. Yeah.
Yes. And yet, it is that textbook and rote nature that I think leaves us wanting more. After all, in that very same episode, we see development of Fakir and Ahiru's friendship, if not relationship, whatever you want to describe it as, where they learn more and more about each other's, like, you know, capabilities, like their competencies, and just start to actually care about each other in a way. And I couldn't help but chuckle, by the way, at the fact that Fakir is in that scene when the two of them are dancing together, just sat down, friend zone forever. Wow, wow, wow. He's just sat there. He's just like, well.
Very good.
But the reason I bring this up is because I think that the relationship between Princess Tutu, and I'm saying Princess Tutu specifically for a very specific reason, and Mito, like the fact that it feels so textbook storybook, like so standard, and I'm not being critical of that here, not at all, like that it feels even predictable, if you want to say that. But again, bear in mind, this is Drosselmeyer's machinations. But rather, the creators of the show are using it because in such a way where, if I'm honest, like the relationship between Fakir and Ahiru develops organically and at a pace that's likable enough in its own right, but in a vacuum, I wouldn't call necessarily remarkable. Like relative to other shows where we have like couples, like characters that hook up that we're like, hey, we really like this pairing. I wouldn't consider them like in a vacuum that special. But what makes them special is because this organic development, them going against type, that Ahiru, not Tutu, this is why I said specifically about Tutu and Muto, sorry. Like the fact that they develop organically just through being in the same place rather than what feels like the expectations of a fairy tale story adds that extra spice to it that makes it so much more like easy to invest in, to set that ship a sailing, I think. That to me is what makes this pairing even better than it otherwise would be. It's more than the sum of its parts. Because while their relationship, as I say, is just, hey, it's guy and girl in danger and they like, come to like each other even though they're kind of antagonistic at the start. Like, we've seen that before. That's not unusual. But what is unusual is it's placed in such opposition to the mandate of the prince and the princess being together, where you see things with it. And this is why I somewhat sarcastically mentioned Shrek before, of all things.
Yeah. It's actually
because
kind of a good pull by you.
Yeah, because for all that Shrek is a stupid meme, at least these days, it was a roast of all that made fairy tales good, while also playing against type. Mm-hmm. I mean, you of course have you have the the layers of the ogre and all that. There's more to him than that, and then he develops feelings for Fiona and all. You've watched Shrek. Jesus Christ, why am I talking about
probably
a film? Every single person who's seen, you're more likely to have seen Shrek than Princess Tutu. But as I say, that's Princess Tutu is not a meme, but it has the same core idea of playing with established fairy tale tropes and making what otherwise would seem like a fairly standard or genuinely likable relationship or romance feel more powerful because it's in opposition to what is destined for them otherwise.
Right. I love the part when Fakir grabs Duck and is like, "Get out of my swamp." It's my favorite part.
I would love for Fakir to have a sword fight against Lord Farquaad. It's just really awkward because he's only tiny. He's a tiny little man.
He's a very small man. Maybe
this also makes me realize, though, I cannot remember the name of the actor who played Lord Farquaad. He was one of the leads from the comedy show Third Rock from the Sun, and of course from Cliffhanger.
God.
Why can I not remember his fucking name?
Remember? It's Lithgow, isn't it John Lithgow?
John Lithgow, yeah. I think John Lithgow should voice Drosselmeyer in this. In the dub, if you did a new dub, have John Lithgow voice Drosselmeyer.
In this one,
some of you may die. Do you see how that works? Do you see how that works?
That I am willing to make. Yes, very good. Mm-hmm. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Danny's gonna get mad at me because I think Fakir is kind of an asshole. All the way through. I was surprised because my first time watching it, by the end of it, I was just like, oh, I love Fakir and Duck. Forever. This is great. As you said, because this is just not what you're expecting to happen, but you kind of slowly fall for him in the way that Ahiru does when you sort of see different sides to him and everything. But this watch through, I don't know if it's just the dub or what, but he treats her like shit. basically all the way up until the end. I mean, even like when they're talking about, what they're going to do for like the final assault, she's talking to him and he's like, idiot, we're going to do this and this. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, God damn it. Like, she's so generous to you to put up with all your like grumpy bullshit. Like, can you just please tone it down a little bit here? Like, I know you're going through your own crisis, but like, she's going through just so much and she is not taking it out on anyone, like, except herself. So calm the fuck down, Fakir. Stop being such an ass. But I mean, I'm just maybe being too nitpicky. And like I said, it was a really beautiful image of them together, happy at the very end. I guess like the romantic stuff, it wasn't so much the boys. Like, I just wanted both of the girls to be happy in their romances. Yeah. Like, cause at the beginning I hear like, she just loves the prince so much. She doesn't even know why. And she kind of over time starts to try to interrogate that and realizes she cares about Fakir. And then poor Rue, we just think that she's just like a super bitch for a while. But like we, sort of learn as we go along, all the like the tragedy and everything that she's been through and like why she is the way she is. And it's just incredibly sad. And even before we learn everything, like she cuts a tragic figure. Like she just, feels very desperate a lot of the time and very like, she's very haughty, very, very proud, looks down on people. But like, as so often is the case, like that is belying just an ocean of insecurity that just so easily comes to the fore at the slightest prodding. And when just you learn the depth of like the suffering she's endured and how she's been programmed to be the way she is, like the fact that she breaks out of it and really learns like to love Muto in this more healthy way is like kind of astonishing. And I was just so glad that she was able to get what she wanted and not in not in this way that we see throughout the show of like her stroking the chest of a Ken doll, like fully alive Muto, who is no longer, a dumbass, who is like fully empowered and like aware and his full faculties and abilities. And he's like, oh my God, Rue, like this is the depth of your love for me. Like, I really care about you too. And that was a little bit more, even though, it may seem a little bit more rote, like it was just satisfying to me that she found her happiness in the end. I'm just, as I think about this and the backstory of Rue, can we talk for a moment about the possibly somewhat mildly problematic, but not really, but maybe age differences in like some of these characters? Because like in the backstory of Rue and Muto, Muto is like by all the same age as he is now.
Well, I was going to say, by all accounts, Muto might very well be 1,000 years old, given that he is the literal concept of a story.
That's right. He's just a story character, so he must not age. That must be it. But like while I was watching, I'm like, wait a minute. Muto looks to be, 17 years old still now while he's playing with this tiny girl who is Rue, who grew up to, take baths with him and stuff. In raven feathers. Like this is very interesting. And Fakir too was like, Muto, get over here and do what I say. And he's like, but like you said, it must be because he's a storybook character. So
well, put a pin in Muto's age for later, because that's going to lead to a talking point that I have. And one of the ways in which I think this show actually, appropriately enough, has only become more relevant over time. But anyway, I noted that, but I just thought, no, I'm just going to let it slide because it's. I think
it's
if
just
there's
weird.
any problematic element, it's innocent.
Yes, I agree. Like a lot of the things, I think that it's funny. Like there's a lot of stuff in this show that in other shows, in other contexts, people would be like weirded out by, but like for whatever reason, these elements in Princess Tutu, like the way that they're executed, are totally, if not totally benign, then like they're not. Then like you said, they're more innocent. Like I just thought it was. I'm just really making light of it, bringing it up for fun. I don't really actually have issues with it.
Yeah, and you need to remember as well that Muto essentially is many different characters. Again, playing to the idea of him being a one-size-fits-all prince throughout much of the show until he finally, at the very end, has complete agency. Mm-hmm. So there is a distinction to be made there. But anyway, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
No.
All right. Next set of questions then. These come from Alex Schmidt, who is chef extraordinaire, genuinely sound person, and frequent contributor to this podcast in many ways. So thank you, Alex, for putting these questions in. First of which, what animal would each of you be? The persona silence will be broken. Sorry, the laughter was my emphasis. That wasn't what Alex actually wrote.
You slipped into Zyvox laughter for just a second there. I enjoyed it.
I can't do Zyvox's voiceover. I think I'm too old. Maybe I need to do an old version of him at some point. Anyway, what animal would I be? Elephant. Easily.
Okay.
Because I'm a big dude, I have a good memory. I would specifically be an elephant with big glasses.
Okay, but is that what you would like to be? Like, let's go in the spirit of Tutu and not what you think you ought to be.
Oh,
like what would you like?
Oh, fuck. Well, that's exactly why I'd like to be an elephant.
Okay. Fair. Rabbit for me.
Oh.
Probably also glasses, but rabbit. Maybe
would you constantly be complaining of being late?
Hoodie or a baseball jersey, a rabbit. Not all white. There'd be some like brown patches of fur, maybe over, around an eye area and on the back or belly. Yeah, I'd be a bunny rabbit. I'm gonna go with that.
Nice. Next question: favorite piece of classical music and/or ballet? I need to confess something here. I don't know even half as much as I wish I did about classical music and/or ballet. My knowledge of it is very limited. I know. I recognize some Tchaikovsky in.
Can you hum your favorite
piece?
Can you hum your favorite piece from the show?
I can't. God, I'm terrible at that. So I honestly don't know all that much. I mean, if I had to give a cop-out answer, it'd probably be Billy Elliot. And I know that sounds like, but it is ultimately a film and a story about ballet, because it's also about, much like Tutu, the idea of, hey, kid, you're my son, and I'm going to make you into a boxer. Mm-hmm. In the 70s, in a coal mining town in Britain. Mm-hmm. Good luck with being anything different than that. But ultimately, it is about breaking out of like what is expected of you in terms of being a man, being like particularly a 1970s idea of our ideal of a man, and having your own like desires and destiny that you want to follow through. Which, well, again, was very fairy tale, isn't it? I mean. Maybe ask me that question again, Alex, in like 2 years or so. I might be able to give you something more substantive. But the honest truth is I'm just not all that well versed in such that I could probably... I think like with how we said about the idea of like knowing fairy tales by cultural osmosis, there's probably so many different like pieces of music that you know, but you probably can't even name. Like I only recently learned the name of the which is The Entertainer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know what that was called for the longest time. So, yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have to half-ass this answer by saying, come back to me later. I'll submit my homework on a later day, I guess.
Liverpool used to use The Entertainer as a sing-along chant. It was like, how did it go? A lot of our old players like, oh, we got the best midfield in the world. We got, who was it? Momo Sissoko, we got Shabby Alonso, we got Jordan Mascherano. And I was like, listen, props to whoever figured out that would scan with the entertainer with all those last names. That's really good.
I thought they were just using it to set the pace of like the attackers like dribbling through. So I was like, every step they take goes into
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. That's fun. So I haven't seen a ballet from start to finish or anything. Classical music would probably be, the Star Wars theme by John Williams. You may have heard of him. I'm kidding. I'm not not a huge sort of listener. Sadly, I'm very uncultured in this particular area. I mean, I could just be like Beethoven's Ninth, son. Because I've been to, I've taken my wife to the symphony a few times.
Nice.
But but it just hasn't been really something that stuck with me too much. I could say, in this show, you hear the Nutcracker March every commercial break, and then Swan Lake is in there, and that's a really beautiful song. So I guess I'll say those. But like you, this is not an area of media and culture that I am well versed in any way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'll get better at it. Basically, give me 2 years, and we'll see what I come up with. So next question: favorite broody dreamboats in fiction?
Hiro Yui.
I've not had.
Boom. Podcast's on fire.
Next question. I don't really what answer could I give that could follow that up? What could I say? Shit, I haven't given this enough consideration, so I don't know. I'll come back to you in 2 years, I guess. Okay, cool. Moving on. Alex also has postulated to us that we watch an AMV, a Princess Tutu one, which we can't do, of course, on podcasts, so we'll save that for another time.
We could watch it now and just live react to it. Unless you think that would be poor content.
I would. Well, it's an AMV, so they wouldn't know what we were looking at.
That's true.
Which I think is a key part of it. So we'll just have to leave that behind. But anyway, that ends our Discord questions. So thank you very much to Emily, Danny, and Alex for providing your input on that. Hugely appreciate. Hope you got some good answers out of that. We're going to move now on to Twitter questions.
Before you move from the Discord, I will say once again, thank you to the lovely Discord folks. If you're interested in joining the Discord, all we ask is for there's a one-time donation on coffee. We have a tip jar on ko-fi.com/Warui Deshou, and that's connected up to our Discord. We don't want it to be too wide open in public. We like for the close-knit feel that we have with our 30-ish people that hang out on there and are super cool and knowledgeable. But if you were interested and you've been a fan of the show, then consider a donation, and then we can we will slip you a Discord invite.
Absolutely. Okay, so Twitter questions, we have 4 of them. The very first one comes from Marianne's bird friend at CH Sewing Soprano, or Sewing Soprano rather. This is, there are so many colourful side characters. Do you have a favourite? And I have an immediate answer to this. Okay. It's so immediate, it's not even funny. It's Femio.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I love Femio and Femio's butler.
Femio, you know how you said before, did you say that one of the script writers had worked previously on Cowboy Bebop, or was I misremembering?
No, you're correct. The head writer, Yokote.
The head writer.
Did, 8 episodes.
So do you remember how in Cowboy Bebop there was that cowboy character
Andy.
That wore white? Andy, yeah, who was just an insufferable oaf who constantly got in the way, but somehow would not bend to the whims of the story around him. People were trying to shoot him, for example, he wouldn't die. Spike couldn't even knock him the fuck out.
Yes.
That is Femio. Femio is basically Andy from Cowboy Bebop. because even he in this story, like when he is like with Rue and Rue is, well, as Cray is trying to devour his heart and has him trapped in like, you know, a like altar of raven claws, he in the end does not succumb to it of his own will.
I know. He's just too self-absorbed.
Yep. He's terrible at everything he does, and he's wonderfully amusing because of the same reason that Andy was amusing in Cowboy Bebop, because he is an anomaly, and this ties again into the idea of like stories and characters and agency, where inexplicably, if he is Drosselmeyer's creation or not, however it comes about, like he does not bend to the whims of the story around him. He just drifts through it, almost like an asteroid passing through, like that disrupts like the gravitation of planets or whatever, you know, or like how a stone thrown in a pond causes ripples that might like disrupt things around it. Like, you know what I mean? Where he's not like subject to any of the rules whatsoever, not even the convention of the like recycled this person's about to get their heart devoured animation and general like play out. He marches to the beat of his own drum. And so he's amusing and stupid and terrible, and he's voiced in the dub by the strangest fucking guy. Sorry, in the subs, rather, I mean to say. He's voiced by the strangest fucking dude. Like, it's so weird. It's like a Japanese person trying to put on a French accent. It just doesn't work. But it's funny as a result, in an intentional way. And yeah, because he, as I say, is not like, is completely indifferent to what the narrative rules or expectations would be of him, he still serves a point to the overall story. So yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, it's Femio. There's no competition in my mind.
Well, you sort of took my answer. So like Fibio is amazing. I liked Anteaterina quite a bit. As she had a nice arc there in the beginning, and she was like a good, like, you know, we had Mr. Cat already. And then it's just like suddenly one of these other characters is an anteater and no one bats an eye, like it's the most normal thing in the world. And you're just like, oh my God, what is going on in this show? How funny. And she's like treated as like a really serious character. Like she's, you know, like has these troubles and she's preyed upon by the villains, and Tutu has to, you know, dance with her and show her, which those parts were always really nice too. Like Tutu helping someone work out their feelings, but dancing with them and kind of allowing them to express themselves through dance. That was really cool. I liked Freya, the flower girl, a lot. You know, wanted to water all the flowers and make everyone happy with flowers. She was nice. I'll tell you who I did not like very much, Shadon. That was PK and Lilie, particularly Lilie.
I didn't mind her, but I'll tell you why I didn't mind Lilie, because she's just not very relevant or important to the proceedings of the show.
And yet she is always actively getting Ahiru into trouble, like making her do shit that she does not want to do. And
she ain't no Wakaba from Usena.
No, just generally like full of opinions and ideas that are very, very bad. And I think just the degree to which they manipulated in a friendly sort of way, but manipulate and like seem to have kind of control over Ahiru's life. You know what I mean? Like they're pushing her to do things and pushing her around, and like, you know, it just really kind of grated on me after a while. And like, the more I thought about these characters though, the more that I thought they might be a little dig at a certain branch of fandom. And that is like, not that I necessarily endorse taking digs at fandom or at branches of fandom, because
well, hold that thought, because I think the show is very much on board with that. But just you wait.
Yeah. Well, I think like these two characters are just like, I mean, they're this little dig at segments of fandom that are completely fixated on ships and pairing and romance to the exclusion of every single other element of the show. I mean, even when all kinds of crazy stuff is happening in the story and there are real troubles that are going on for Ahiru and those around them, Lilia in particular is very much like, well, how about that Fakir? Don't you want to write him a love note? Aren't you in love with him? How about you go fight Rue? You got rejected for Muto. How about you go fist fight him or her?
I love her getting into a battle.
Yes. And she just seemed to delight. PK was all about like the romance, but Lilia in particular, at least again, this could be different in the sub. I don't know. She delighted in the suffering of Ahiru in a way that was like, it was just like, duck, she's going to go get rejected and be super mad. I'm so happy. It's so great. And like, it's meant to be played for comedy and it's funny, of course. I mean, it's nothing to get too wound up over, I don't think, because like you said, when the rubber meets the road in terms of like the show's narrative, they are not actually the driving force for anything of consequence, but
save for PK, who has that one episode.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Sure. She's like the beginning of like the new, like the second half, and the way things are going to shake out once we find out the prince has Raven's blood in him. But yeah, dun, dun, dun. Like those two, particularly Lilia, like I really had no attachment to whatsoever, and I think could be seen as this shot across the bow at folks that are only tied up in this one aspect of the show, and kind of not looking at all the other different things going on with it and other elements.
I can see that. I think because of like, I just let it wash over me. I kind of thought of both of them as not too dissimilar in principle to the muses from Utena, like the Shadow Muses, whatever they're called, the Shadow Girls, where they were more about offering commentary rather than having a substantial effect on the actual story firsthand. Mm-hmm. But I'm also not going to say that you're wrong to think that. I was whatever. Basically. All right. Next question then. This comes from Grant in 2020X. So this Twist name is valid until a decade from now. So good call. Keeping it fresh. This is, of course, Grant the Thief, who is the host of the Blade Licking Thieves, and also, I think, a Super Sentai podcast whose name I currently can't remember.
I think it's Super Senpai is the podcast name.
There we go. Definitely check him out. How do you feel about the more comedic animal characters? So, I want to say off the bat, my favorite animal character gag in the entire show is with Neko Sensei. And the reason for that is there's that one amazing scene where... Actually, I should probably give some backstory, background, which is Neko Sensei has a recurring gag, which is half cringe, half amusing.
Very cringe.
Every time it happens, without fail. Where the cringe element is, he constantly says, like, if you end up in the probationary class, you will marry me! Yes. And you're talking about like the age gap between Rue and yeah, I know you said before, like, this is really just fucking strange, and it is. But then every time he says that, he just starts reverting. He's doing cat-like behavior, like washing himself. But the best gag of all of this, and this is the thing that I really laughed out loud at, is this happens once when he says, like, you will marry me, and then in a straight cut, a fucking giant paper bag appears out of nowhere, and he throws himself inside of it. And it's so good, like, because it's just got that extra level of absurdity. Like, where the fuck did that bag come from? I'm not even asking that as a genuine question. It's just like, this is just insane, and it's so funny. So, for me, he wins handily. Although, speaking as a British man who, of course, has heard many, many adverts about the company Compare the Market, there is, of course, the troupe of meerkats. So it's like, oh shit, it's Sergei's Siren. It's Sergei. We are in a Japanese anime starring Princess Tutu. It's very good, yes? That's my bad, like, Russian meerkat impression.
Very good.
So I had a good chuckle at that. But yeah, Neko Sensei wins it.
And he pokes his mouth out of his to talk.
Yep, he does. And look, right, to answer Grant's question more broadly, like about how I feel about them, I think the show handles its tone really well. And as I say, the animal characters exist not just for the comedic element, but also just because there are animals living alongside humans without shame or fear or prejudice. And that's all well and good. Like, they're integrated. Everything's pretty great all around. So Ahiru's like, fear, like, oh, I'm a duck, I can't do anything. Like, not only is that codified in her like sense, like her sense of like that she's in, how do I put this? Like, that she's not talented in her own right, she's not capable, like entirely like an internal element. Like, we can see that externally, that's not true. Because from the very earliest points of the show, there are other animal characters who are living openly as animals, and no one cares. No one minds. People can still be good, if not great, even if they are like anthropomorphized animals. Which I have to say, in the closing credits, this is another reason they should have been jettisoned entirely. We see that Neko Sensei has a family at that point. He's met someone. He's like has a troop of kittens following behind. But he's also just a regular cat. And there's also a revelation earlier on that when people come into the town, some of them do turn into animals. Like, was Dad always like a I don't know, a steak or whatever it was that he turned into? And then they have like a brief like moment where their memories get rebrised. Like, guess he was, whatever. Let's move on, dear. And I don't know if I like the idea of that suddenly gets undone because Drosselmeyer's power is over,
or because they step out of the bounds of the town. Right, where he was controlling them, or where the story sort of held sway over their lives.
Yeah, because I think undoing like that integration of like anthropomorphized animals with actual people, also just further ostracizes Ahiru and makes her less part of the world. Having like she's embraced her true nature, and I suppose everyone else has, but that still leaves her like separate. I don't know, like something about it just doesn't quite ring true to me. I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, I'd have to rewatch the credit scene because I actually don't remember that part. And I have to think about that. That's an interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I really liked these characters. I can see how Mr. Cat would be annoying to people. And some people might find the gag a little creepy.
Yeah.
But for my part, I always just kind of shrugged it off as, whatever. And, he was never really presented as any kind of like real threat to the students. And often he was like the butt of jokes, like other animals would try to marry him and he'd be like, no, I don't want to marry you. We're not right.
Well, every time he makes that threat, I took it as him saying it not because he genuinely meant it, but more like to spook him, I suppose, to spook the kids for not living up to like standards or expectations. But also, too, every time he makes that joke, he ultimately undermines himself by reverting to a more cat-like nature.
Yeah.
Like, you immediately follow with something.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly starts sweating and then, and then does something kitty-like.
I'm surprised no one, there was not a joke at one point where someone was just walking through town with, like, what looks like one of those little cat toys where it's a thing on the end of a pole with string.
Absolutely.
And he just, starts running after it.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been great.
I like them. Yeah. And there's, all the students that were animals were really neat. Like you said, the meerkats were fun and the librarian was really neat. And so I think, they added some flavor and some like lightheartedness to the show that, on balance, I think needed it, especially kind of how it got by the end, tonally speaking. But also like you, I think that there is this sort of serious kind of narrative reason for them being animals. And there's interesting... The whole thing that happens at the end is really... I really do have to think about that. But I like your thought here on like they're here to act as a counter narrative to the story that Ahiru is telling herself. And, to show that like, that here are these animals or animal people, but like they are not like living by arbitrary limits that other people might have set on them as aardvarks or crocodiles. They're becoming world-class dancers.
Absolutely. Right, next question. This comes from Kendra at Sniper of My Heart. Do you have a favorite dance?
Let me just say, Kendra, since you spelled favorite with a U, you're out. It's
No, get out. Get out. That's perfectly fine. That's fine. British spelling is better than your proletarian American devolved nonsense. You spell colour without a U, you fucking Neanderthal.
We do. And look, you assign us the role of proletariat. We've already revolted against you once. All right, on your high and mighty
How's that working out for you?
Oh, well, it was pretty good. Maybe for a minute.
I've never heard a man sound so much like the vocal version of a deflating balloon. It was like in a different like way. You that sounds like you going like wow wow
yes,
wow.
Basically.
Anyway, to answer Kendra's question, going back to the previous point that we made about the idea of like what we know about ballet and classical music, my joke answer is I really liked it when Dante put the cowboy hat on in Devil May Cry 5 and had his little like Michael Jackson dance. That was pretty good.
I have a real answer to this question.
In which case, I will pass the baton over to you because I can't dance, so I don't even know if I could comment on having a favorite one to begin with. Like, God, I'll not even make a joke about it. I'll just pass it over to you, man. Take it away.
So this has nothing to do with the sort of authenticity of it, or it being realistic or anything. But I just thought it was really moving when I think it's in episode 13. The scene is I think you set this up already that like Rue/Krehi has Muto tied up in a little. There's like a lake. I think it's inside a cave or something that hasn't been used in like a long time. It's this very sort of hidden area. And Krehi is like, has sort of set up this like, oh, we'll let the prince choose who he sides with. And she's like, rigged the game in her favor. But Tutu walks out onto the water and begins dancing a pas de deux, a duet kind of dance with two people by herself. And the parts where Muto is meant to hold her up or catch her or whatever, she just kind of falls down. And then I think the heart shard ends up floating over there and dancing with her to help her finish it. And I thought that was really beautiful. I loved that.
Yeah. Oh, so your meaning, sorry, I because it wasn't clear. I thought favorite dance was more just knowing about types of dances. I misunderstood the question.
This is the way
I'm talking about favorite dance. Yeah, in if you mean as in a favorite dance between characters
in the show.
In the show.
Oh, you read it as like just breakdancing.
Yeah.
Tap dancing.
Like, what's your favorite kind of? Yeah, do you enjoy the pas de deux, like the pointe? Have you? Yeah, I weren't quite clear on that.
River dance.
Okay. So no. Okay, so to answer this question then properly, this might sound like a bit of an unconventional answer because there's not technically a two-person dance group, but I'm going to say the ending of the show, specifically episode 26, when Ahiru as a duck is dancing.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Because it's a great moment for her self-actualization, but also I would argue she's dancing with Fakir at the same time, even though he's not physically present.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because just to give some context, at this point, like the Raven, has reemerged because Muto's got all his heart shards back. Rue has been consumed by the Raven, and the Raven's saying to Muto, bitch, please, if you want to, come get her. And that kind of thing. I'd like to believe the Raven in a different version of the show would just be all smack talk.
Yes.
So what's happening, though, is that Fakir has also, of course, discovered he has the power to write stories and make them into reality. The power of Drosselmeyer. Hopefully that doesn't include his bad fashion sense, but anyway. So he is back at like a study somewhere, trying to support Ahiru through writing in what she does. And I can see as a separate point how people might think, well, Fakir is just doing all the work for her, but like, I think of it more as a synthesis of their like will, shall we say? Mm-hmm. One of them is just literally through him writing, and the other is through her actually doing it, and also being the actual light of hope that saves Rue in the end, as well as actually even like the very question of, I'm a duck, what can I do? I can dance. And she does. And like everyone else had given up at that point. No one else had any idea. So I think it's more even-handed than that. But yeah, I think that it really goes to show like how far their relationship had gone, where that even though they were separated, they could still trust each other to support each other in that way, and ultimately bring, the conflict to an end. So yeah, I would say the ending episode, that's my favorite dance, when Ahiru, as a duck, takes, to the streets, steps up, if you will. And
okay.
I went there.
I'm looking at my notes, and I have to go back and give some rapid fire follow-up answers to a few of the questions. I can't believe I didn't say these things. Favorite side character / least favorite side character. I have written down Mr. Cat in a Hawaiian shirt specifically, because that was hilarious. But also, I can't believe we forgot. In episode 7, there's a Chihuahua character. And
oh, God.
You weren't treated to this because you watched, the Japanese audio. But in the English dub, there was the very timely cultural joke of giving him the voice of the Taco Bell dog. So he was like, "Hey, Tutu, do you want to hang out?" You know what I mean? It's like, just really bad.
For fuck's sake.
So
what
stupid.
The hell?
It ruled. It was great. And side characters. We didn't talk about Adel and Uzura. I initially found Uzura like really freaking annoying in English because of ending everything with Uzura. It just sounded so cringe, but like I grew to really like.
What about
her.
the fact that I felt annoyed at her as well. Mostly for this opening point where she gets introduced by looking up Ahiru's skirt, which is not the last time she does that.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh no,
she's just a child,
Yeah, but no.
Well, she sees Duck naked a lot. To be upfront about it. But I enjoyed her role in the story. The puppet, you know what I mean? That sort of symbolically, like a foreshadowing here. Like she rebelled against Drosselmeyer and burned her own body alive to light their way out of that dungeon in episode 13, which was like some hardcore stuff. And
a play on Pinocchio a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah. And my favorite, I haven't talked about the true favorite romantic pairing, and that is Hermia and Lysander. Do you remember? And only because Lysander is definitely 28 years old.
I was gonna say, speaking of age gaps, that.
He looks like a Gundam pilot, not like
oh my God, he does.
Like a student. He looks like he's been in that school since the George W. Bush administration.
He's been held back a lot.
Oh, I just wanted to mention those characters.
Yeah, I can't even argue against that. Holy
God.
shit.
Okay. But thank you for the question, Kendra. Those dance moments I think are really, really awesome. And I think it's awesome that the show, it like got to have its kind of big emotional moments be around the ballet and the dancing, which was really neat.
Mm-hmm. Okay, So, final question comes from this Twitter name is very long, so I'm going to shorten it. Sai, and that's at SaiXchan. Do you have a favorite episode? And the series plays with a lot of tropes. Which caught you off guard or surprised you the most? So, my favorite episode is probably the episode 13, the ending of the first half, because for one, it's a genuinely good little adventure story, but two, we get to see a couple of really neat things. First of which is the development of the Fakir and Ahiru relationship from like moderate, like mutual antagonism to like where they actually start to respect and like each other. We get to see something that I'm going to address in our talking points soon, which is Ahiru Ahiru making full use of like the fact that she can be a duck to her advantage. We get, of course, the wonderful dance at the end that you mentioned earlier. And we get what I think is to the show's credit, the fact that, yes, there is the fairy tale ending of her and Muto dancing for what seems forever, for all eternity. But is that right? The show, even like the framing of it is clear. Like there's a narration at the end by the lady who opens the
right,
who like narrates the opening. Like, you know, there was once when I died, the same person, same voice. Like you get the impression from the way she says that this isn't right. And one, of course, can go, well, of course, there's like 13 more episodes or 26, depending on when you watched it. But still, like the seeds is laid here for what's to come. The sense of like, you know, that this is the perfect fairy tale ending. Two perfects, one might argue. And so I really enjoyed it, like, as a great distillation of what the show is about, while also being a good little adventure story in its own right. Close second, of course, is episode 25, where we get like the big revelations and like the moment in which Ahiru finally gives up being Princess Tutu. Phenomenal, like penultimate episode.
Yeah,
like much of this, like the final six is just holy shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, but definitely episode 13 for me. The other part of the question, but in fact, I'll come back to that in a bit. Doc, what's your favorite?
Either 25 or 26. I just think the ending, like the payoff to everything, is so satisfying. Really, really strong. And I mean, my opinion of the show just skyrocketed watching those last 2 or 3 episodes, because yeah, I mean, like I felt and this is in part to do with watching it in English, I think, but also in part really focusing in on the more meta kind of aspects of the show and thinking about that. I felt a little bit of distance between myself and the characters, emotional distance, but the last handful of episodes really bridged that gap. And by the last 2, I was just like, hell yeah, this is so good. And
yeah,
the thematic stuff was so strong too. Like they were so good. The finale and the last episode, or the penultimate episode, are just amazing. They're great.
Absolutely. And so the next question, and the series plays with a lot of tropes, which caught you off guard or surprised you the most? I think, again, probably one of the best part of this is, I think, Fakir realizing that he can't be like the knight who slays the dragon at the end, and he realizes where his talents lie elsewhere. I mean, how many fairy tales like end with the male character specifically becoming a scholar or a scribe?
a fisherman bum.
Yeah. The happily ever after very rarely, if ever, strips the prince of his princely nature, or his like honorable like stature, if you want to call it that, if they're a knight. Very rarely happens. But I like that they did that while also, through doing so, literally giving Fakir the power to assert his own destiny, and also a power that is infinitely greater than the sword. Again, Pen being mightier and all that. So I was legitimately impressed by that. Like you'd figure at the end that it would be him, like being the one with the sword in hand to destroy the Raven, rather than Muto, because Muto's, he fought the Raven in the past, but his heart was shattered. But no, like it it somehow managed to, in my opinion, switch things up in such a way where, okay, yes, Muto remains the prince. Ru remains the princess, just of a different stripe at the end. And, you know, it's not Ahiru and Muso or Ahiru and Fakir who are like the principal like victors of the story. Like, it's clearly Ru and Muso, given that they literally fly off in a duck-drawn like golden carriage.
Yeah, back into the book. I
like
guess.
the most fairy tale ending of all. Our protagonists, like the people we describe most as protagonists, given they have the most agency, are not the ones who live happily ever after in the most fairy tale sense. Like, they haven't always been like the ones with the most agency, but they're the ones who end up with it in the end.
Yeah,
and they end up with it in ways that like are wonderfully affirming to who they are. Like, it's not Princess Tutu and Fakir the Knight who win in the end, after all.
Right.
Zahiru the duck and Fakir the author, the scholar, the sage, whatever you want to call him, that does it.
They were they reject the kind of grandiose stuff for a very simple way of being. And man, like when Muto realizes that Princess Tutu was Duck, who was also an actual duck. I love that he like there's this moment where he gives voice to his feeling of like, oh my God, a little duck accomplished this much. Like, I just love that. Like, thank you for like this show like Ahiru needed to be acknowledged. Like, everything that she did by this guy, because she did it for him initially. Like, that was who she was thinking about throughout this journey. And yeah, I love that he acknowledged her. Which trope caught me off guard or surprised me the most? I think Sai probably the aspect of like kind of what you mentioned, Shadam, like Fakir setting aside traditional masculine real man ideology, like very traditional, right? Like, you're the knight. You are meant to wield the sword to dispense justice and shape the world. And
while you were sword fighting, I was studying the pen.
Right. You're meant to like kill the bad guy, and you're meant to die. Even like throughout the whole shit. I mean, like, he was destined to. He was supposed to die, right? Nobly, with honor, and like, you know, to paint with a really broad brush and talk about like Japanese warrior culture of ye olden times. You know, there are definitely a lot of texts by and about samurai that like show them as like a culture that was like, I don't want to say obsessed with death, but dying the right way, like, was sort of
a good death.
Yes, was like such a huge part of how they lived their life was finding that right way and right place and time to die. And they kept the characters like Krahi and when Muto was kind of going through his like bout of like with the impurity in the raven's blood, they would often tell like they would insult Fakir and saying like, you know, you can't even die. Like, what good is a knight that can't even die? And so it was always this. He was always sort of like kind of a coward in some ways, and that's sort of why from the beginning he was like, Muto, don't do anything, just don't do anything, and we can keep you brain dead. And I won't have to fight anybody, and the story won't continue. The Raven will be locked up, you know. But you know, he's called upon to do the night stuff. But yeah, I just love that he realizes like it's just no good. That it's not going to do anyone any good, and it's not what he should be doing. It's not what he's, you know, in his mind meant to be doing. It's not what brings him any fulfillment. And he sets that by the wayside. I love that so much. And I was surprised by it. I didn't realize that aspect of it until watching it this time. Sorry, you were about to talk, and I jumped in.
No, I didn't say anything. I was saying. Anyway, that brings us to the end then, in that case, of our questions. So thank you to everyone on Discord and Twitter who brought our way. It's hugely appreciated. We're now going to move on to talking points. This is where we get to bring up stuff that we have to say about the show that's not been revealed yet in questions. And so time for the thing I've been alluding at for a little while, which is to do with how this show has only gotten more relevant with time. Let's talk about Fakir's relationship to Muto, at least as portrayed in the first half of the show. So we learn in the backstory, through a flashback, that Fakir met Muto one day when Fakir himself was like 5, if that, around, basically very, very young. And yet, when we see him meet Muto for the first time, Muto looks exactly the same as he does at the point in which the story takes place, where, like present day in the show's fiction. So Fakir, of course, has gotten older and has grown up, but Muto has not changed. And Fakir's reaction to Muto when he first meets him is to kind of idolize him, to be inspired by him. But when he's older, if not older than Muto for that matter, he does not want Muto to change. You will not think. You will have no emotions. You are you're just stagnant, static. Mm-hmm. And the impression I got from this, and I couldn't believe this, was, is this not the mindset of so many people who grew up and devoured media when they were young, particularly in the 80s, who now are older and will not let the media they loved change at all? Where they saw it as inspirational, but then now don't want anything but the same thing over and over again, devoid of emotion.
Interesting.
Fakir, in the first half of the show, is a toxic fanboy.
Oh.
He is no different in how he behaves towards Muto than, say, someone who really liked Thundercats growing up and lost their shit when they did anything new with it after that.
Yeah.
And I find that astounding, because there's no way, given when this show was made, that the creators could have known about that. Now, I'm not saying, of course, that that toxic fandom has never existed. That's been a thing for a long time. But our awareness of it was certainly not then as it is now, nor as it has been well documented. But that's why I say it's only gone more relevant, because it shows Fakir, as I say, that fanboy who will not let his story, the thing that inspired him, his foundational text even, grow up with the times. He won't let it belong to other people. Literally. It's every facet of this just blows my brain, that it's so complete in its criticism of fandom that will not allow their media to evolve, that will not move on from them, that will not allow it to grow.
It was sort of similar, but I think her arc is more of a personal journey of kind of reckoning with her past and everything like that. But she definitely has this I don't want to change. I don't want to remember who I am. I don't want Muto and me to change. She is that way in the first half of the show too. But I think the reasoning behind that and that arc is a little bit different than what you're saying, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, well, yeah, her relationship to Muto is one of love, or what she feels is
very
love.
Selfish love. Yeah, it's obsession.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the same as with Fakir, because I would say that he might love Muto as a brother, but really he loves him as a facet of inspiration, as an element of nostalgia. And this is why I think it's genius that Muto came into the timeline with the exact same appearance as he did, as we see him later on. And this, of course, shows that also, it's one thing to point this out, but it's another to show that Fakir does change. He allows Muto to change in the end. He even lets him go off into the sunset, having become a fully actualized person. Hell, I'll go so far as to drag this comparison with modern media out even further by saying he allows Muto to go on with a woman. For a woman to be the primary person that he connects with. I mean, again, to bring back Thundercats, you have, of course, She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, that was primarily aimed at a female audience. and so many fucking fanboys lost their shit over it for no reason. I tell you, it's strange. It's so one-to-one, it's insane.
So this is really interesting. You're because I hadn't thought of this, but this is an interesting read. I like I definitely in the beginning was very much like, what is motivating this guy here? But by the end of the show, I think I felt like that the way he was, so intractable in the beginning was he had experienced a huge trauma. And, like with the crows, and what he did in writing them to, like, he was like, I wrote the story that I would beat the crows. And then they came and attacked everyone. It was this really horrible tragedy. And he gave up writing because of it. And that's from that day forward, he started being a huge dick to Muto. So to me, I felt like it was this sort of grief response, but this other aspect of it intrigues me.
So yeah, I just found that really fascinating because I mean this show is very much about our relationship to stories, and not only how we grow up with them, but also what we do with them going forward, which I'll get to in a separate point. But yeah, I couldn't help but just think that as I was going, this is if Muto is literally just meant to be, for the most part, or for the most of the show's run, the embodiment of the idea of stories, and Vakir is never change. That's the reading I take from it.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
it's kind of great. I love it.
That's interesting. So he is like a myth personified. He's just like a walking story. And
well, see his name. See what it. See
and so
the
Tutu wants to restore it to its full, multifaceted glory, and Rue wants to take from it, and Fakir wants it to stay the same as it always was since he was a kid. Very intriguing.
Yep. Anyway, that's my first talking point, so I'll pass over to you, Doc.
Well, you're right that the show has gotten more relevant as we've as time has gone on. Who knew Fire Festival would be a thing?
Oh God!
Except for Princess Tutu knew Fire Festival would be a thing.
The only way that could have been better is if, I don't remember what the name of the convention was, but if they just went to this square and there was just a single ball pit there.
If tents were blowing in the wind and stuff was on literal fire, that'd be tremendous. Let's see. I've talked about so much stuff during our question time. I'm scrolling through my notes to see if I have anything. I have a question for you. What did you think of the book bin?
Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is going to be one of my two complaints.
Okay. Because I didn't know what to make of them. I was just like...
So I kind of need to probably lay this into two different complaints, because I mentioned before that there were pacing problems with this show. There is a lot of information that is doled out in the final 13 episodes that I can't help but wonder if it could have been spread out more evenly across the entire series run. But the other part of that is, of those final 12 to 13 episodes, the first half of them, I think the show is having a bit of an identity crisis in what it wants to be about, because I think on the one hand, it wants to have the magical girl staple of, we have a character of the week that we've never met before, we'll never see again, but comes in as ultimately the victim of, the villain.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Sailor Moon staple to a T, because you'll run into tons of characters you never see again who are turned into monsters and get saved. There's, just to pick one example in Sailor Moon S, there's the one where they visit the party hosted by one of Mamoru's English friends, or it might have been French, I can't recall, and that English or French friend gets turned into a monster while they're there. But do we ever see him again? No, we do not. That's a very much a magical staple, and that happens with characters like Freya that you mentioned, Femio Racelin, if I remember her name correctly.
Oh, yeah.
PK, PK, for example.
The Anteater
and so,
yeah,
that's happening in this like particular block, but also it's trying to then juggle several different plot threads at once. One of which is Drosselmeyer, the other of which is the Raven, the other of which is of course Fakir, because Fakir is actually suspended from school for pushing or seemingly pushing Muto out of a window. Right. He didn't do it. By the way, side criticism, that felt like it had no tension to it whatsoever. Like Fakir did not give a fuck. And he came, like, he was, obviously, like, he was blameless. But he came back, like, a couple of episodes later, and that was that. And I was like, what? What's this? And even Ahiru didn't seem all that troubled by his absence.
And, like, never... I have a thing to... Fakir.
It seemed a bit limp.
If someone falls out or throws themselves out of a window in front of you, don't walk up to it like with your hand stuck out. You know what I mean? So that other people can look in and be like, it appears as if he pushed him.
Yeah, I mean, lest you think I'm being like, unfair here. Like, there's so much weighty emphasis in that episode, or the episodes afterwards. Like, everyone thinks Fakir is like a bad boy now.
Suddenly,
like he's but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't stop him from accomplishing or trying to accomplish his objectives. It doesn't stop or like weigh on Ahiru in any way. It's very, very strange. But that's, as I say, part of the problem, I think, of that particular block of 6 to 7 episodes, in that they're trying to juggle way too many things at once. It wants to be the magical girl episode of the week where we get the unique person who pops in. It wants to be about the Raven. It wants to be about Drosselmeyer. It wants to be about Tutu. And it can't fit all of that in the same space. It's just too much. And this leads into my point about the bookmen. So
can I quickly say that during that part that you're talking about, that stretch of episodes, to me, it became increasingly incredulous that like they were just going to ballet school as if nothing was happening during the day. Mm-hmm. Like they're it's like Muto's in class, Ru's in class, Tutu's in class, sometimes Fakir's in class, but not really, because like you said, he was suspended or at the library. And it's like, why are we just sitting around waiting for things to happen? But I think it's because of like, if I'm being really generous, I want to say that it's sort of the story's kind of nod to like the operatic or, ballet way of storytelling. If that makes any sense.
I can't say that I know enough about ballet or opera to comment on that, but to me, as I say, it felt like it was trying to be like Sailor Moon. But pro tip, if you're a show that has 26 episodes to work with and you want to be like Sailor Moon, don't, because Sailor Moon season 1 alone was 48 episodes.
Sure.
It had the time to fit all of it, and especially when, and I don't mean to disparage Sailor Moon by saying this, not at all, but like you're trying to fit like these weighty meta ideas in, and also like these concurrent like plot threads all at once, and there is just not the runtime to fit them in a way that makes them gel together. This is why like I found like Freya gets introduced in like the second half of her own episode and is then done. She doesn't even have time to appear in the entirety of her own episode.
No.
It's kind of mental. And look, that's only minor, but this leads me to my point about the bookmen. So who are the bookmen? Would-be listener at home. What the fuck are we talking about? So there's a secret society, because of course there is, that basically has been looking out for Drosselmeyer's like descendants, which of course is Fakir. And if they ever start using their powers to come up with like undesirable like amendments to reality or endings, they stop them. In fact, they were the original people who cut Drosselmeyer's hands off. Told you this show got dark. So they're like, continuing through the ages, making sure that no one starts mixing shit up. Now, hear me out here. I actually think there should have been another season, if you want to call it that, of Princess Tutu, a season 3, post like Drosselmeyer's disappearance. Because the idea that they are now free of like Drosselmeyer's influence, but Fakir has this power, and all the things that could be tempting him to use that power in ways that he shouldn't, to me, like especially with the bookmen, like, you know, rearing their ugly heads and potentially providing their own threats. Maybe they could create a new set of like monsters, villains, whatever, through alchemy. I don't fucking know. I'm speculating here. Like, but that idea is something that I think really would be great to explore in a third season. You could even bring Tutu back, maybe because Fakir's like gives her the power back, but he realizes that he shouldn't have done because, Ahiru was always at her best when she was a duck. And maybe they compromise and she gets a human. I don't know. I'm speculating, but you see what I mean by about the potential of this very concept? But they're just basically there to A, exposit on like Drosselmeyer's history, and B, provide a bit of like tension, like and like a ticking clock towards the end when they're trying to kill Fakir while he's writing the ending. I feel they could have done so much more with them, but and it's not that I doubt their like the writers' ability to do so. The thing that I doubt is the fact that there's just no time to fit it in. This is part of the show's pacing problem.
Yeah, agreed. It definitely has those issues, and yeah, I guess I that certainly like in the text of the show, right there, the ticking clock and the exposition dumpers. What are they supposed to kind of be? Like, are they meant to be anything? Like, is their role meant to be critiqued? Like, is it sort of some commentary on like book burning, or I mean, I don't know. Like, what was their more
censorship? Yeah,
metaphorical kind of reason for.
Well, they say they don't want undesirable endings, and that's
all right. They
cut all
the endings out. That's right.
Endings out of the book, yeah. And in turn, Drosselmeyer doesn't want an undesirable ending for himself, so they're basically like shades of the same agenda of censorship. Like, you know, you must commit to like the prescribed ending, like what's expected, what audiences want, that kind of thing. So I can kind of see that, and also that makes them like raging hypocrites, given that, you know, they are trying to stop Drosselmeyer's descendants from doing that, but they're also guilty of it in themselves. Because you don't need to have the power, of course, to write a story into reality to prevent like people from having the ending they deserve. There's plenty of mundane ways to do that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're a revelation, the final like 6 to 7 episodes of the show. And they needed to be in this show for a lot longer, in my opinion, in one form, or get that prospective season 3 where they get fleshed out into actual enemies. Because they remind me in a way of the auditors from Terry Pratchett's Discworld universe, where, you know, like we're the people who demand order and bureaucracy. We don't allow creativity or for people to get outside their wheelhouse. But of course, Terry Pratchett had many books to flesh them out in, and this has, well, not enough time to do that or other stuff. So, yeah, I think the Bookmen could have been interesting, but, well, they basically had about the same function and the same amount of screen time as, you know, the people who say the greater good in Hot Fuzz. The greater good. So I've talked about the Bookmen, and now I suppose I should follow up with my other final criticism of the show, which is to talk about Rue, who I alluded to before.
Right. I rue the day that you brought up this criticism.
now let Jesus. Let me be upfront here. Like, I have nothing against Rue's character or anything, or how she's presented, her appearance in either her regular form or as Crane. None of that bothers me at all. What bothers me is that she is functionally in the same situation as Muto in the second half of the show. Even right down to being poisoned by the Raven's blood. It's just we don't quite know that at that point. But neither Ahiru nor Fakir seem to care even a quarter as much about saving her or helping her as they do about Muto. This is why I said that there's more Cray than Rue in that particular period.
Well, would you, if she'd been fighting against you? But, I mean, that might be how Fakir feels, but I think Duck cared about her still. Right? I mean, we don't get to see it a lot on screen. I hear what you're saying about like the ratio of screen time, but I don't know. Duck still cared about her, I think.
She does, but like it just feels like that the emphasis is weighted so much towards Muto's plight that it seems to forget that she's also like, you know, in a real pickle.
Yeah.
I hate to call it that. And I mean, there was a line when like Ahiru says like, I'm worried about Rue, but it happened like 5 episodes into the second half of the show. And I'm like, what, you've not been before? Like, I mean, you said before about the idea of them seeing each other in class and all that.
Yeah.
And that ties into my point here, which is I don't understand why Rue doesn't get the same narrative weight in terms of like her being corrupted as Muto does. Even though, fully enough, by the end of the show, she is like on equal terms with him, literally by being the princess to his prince. It's very, very weird.
Well, they kind of backload all of her development. Like, you're right that there's probably like, half a dozen to 8 or 9 episodes where she feels kind of in the same place character-wise, but like there's a sort of rapid acceleration, I think, of her realizing, like a switch is flipped almost. So like, oh my God, my dad is not really gonna do the things he says he's gonna do. And I don't know if I have it in me to follow his orders. There's that great scene, and this is like episode like 22 or 23, by the way. But like with we haven't talked about this guy yet, but Altour, the glasses wearing, he might have even been the librarian, but I couldn't really tell. But
he was the librarian.
He shows up later to hassle Fakir about to teach him the ways of being a Drosselmeyer junior author. But anyway, like Rue tries to entrap him to like give his offer up his heart to her dad, the Raven, and he falls in love with her like for real. Like he's really smitten with her, and it's not because of her magic or anything. He just falls for her, and it's like here you have this person right in front of her disproving what her father has always told her, that no one could love you because you're a crow born in a hideous human body. But here we go, got a man here loving her. But like those two things like kind of crack her brain a little bit, and she just sends him away. And it's like she didn't sacrifice him, which was awesome. But like, they don't end up, that's kind of their only scene. They don't, nothing comes of their meeting romantically or anything. But like, I think that kind of helps go a long way. Like that does a lot of the work, that encounter, in getting her to really reject her father's ideology and the identity he's put on her and all this sort of stuff. But like, I totally hear what you're saying. Like it could have been more evenly meted out, these things. And it felt really backloaded.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that this is meant to probably fall in the same template as what happens with Mamoru in most of Sailor Moon. Now that I think about it, poor guy, he's had his head like he's had his brain hard formatted so many times. It's a surprise he can think straight anymore. But anyway, that's beside the point. Because of course, there's a period in the very first season of Sailor Moon where he spends like a period of time as his alter ego Endymion, under mind control by like Queen Nehelenia. And well, that's not too dissimilar to what happens to Rue, is it? But from what I recall of season 1 of Sailor Moon, which has been a very long time since I've seen it, there was fairly continual concern over his well-being. They were going to try and help him eventually, but it was difficult. And 2, he wasn't like, insofar as like someone needs to be saved, like in competition with someone else. Like they weren't divvying up the attention. So it, by default, was all focused on him, regardless of how frequently it may or may not have occurred. And so, yeah, I just find that very strange because it feels like the show, and I'm saying the show very specifically here, forgets that Rue exists for a period of time, and it's just Cray. And that's why I mentioned at the early part, one of my complaints was it's more Cray than Rue.
I see that.
And yeah, I really wish they'd weighted that better, because when we actually get, as you say, to what's happening with Rue and her backstory, backloaded though it may be, it's great. It's messed up, but it's fucking great. I love it. So yeah, I feel like, again, it's just part of the pacing problems though. Like when you've got that little time, relatively speaking, to work with, how do you fit this all in a way where it gets its due without, or it gets its rue? Hey, it gets its rue without like feeling that it's either overblown or shortchanged. So I don't know. Oh well, what can you do, eh?
What can you rue?
Oh, I can brew the fact that this show didn't have more episodes.
I don't know, maybe they just wanted to show that she really embraced the toxic ideas. Like, did she really bought in for a time? You know, I don't know. But I agree. I on the whole agree with your point here. Here's a thought. This idea I'm about to bring up, I think, is an adjacent idea to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about with kind of critiquing literature and life roles through critiquing, like showing roles in literature can be upended. This idea of death of the author, I wanted to introduce into our discussion and see if you thought it was at play. So what is death of the author? Well, I'm going to speak as largely a layperson because, again, I'm not a critical theorist. I'm not a lit major, but my sort of cursory understanding of it is, it was this paper that is today treated as a seminal work, but it was a paper by, I think, Roland Barthes, literary theorist. And it's sort of this bridge between these two kind of what were, not, I don't think, called at the time, but like have since been lumped into these big schools of literary criticism, structuralism. And then Barthes' paper was the sort of bridge into post-structuralism. And my understanding is that structuralism as a literary theory was definitely about like looking at it was concerned with getting at authorial intent, and to do that in the best way possible you needed to understand the cultural context of the author, where they came from, political movements, societal conditions, history and culture of where he came from, all these different kind of what's the word I'm looking for? All these different like base conditions, right? To more fully get a grip on what the author's trying to say. And it's my understanding that Barthes just goes, well, all that's true for the author, but it's also true for the reader. And so interpretation of a text is also going to have all this, all these other things happening. Like all the readers are situated in these different times, places, and cultural contexts. And we should stop sort of, deifying the author. It seems like a logical conclusion of these two ideas that, like, the author should stop being kind of viewed as like this sort of God being, right? And that a text is more of
the be all and end all.
Yeah, a text is more of a free floating structure, and that, like, structuralism, I was already effectively saying that, like, hey, an author is not like birthing originality into the world. Like, an author's writing is informed by all this other shit. So if there's really like no writing per se, only remixing, then we have to also look at like, interpretation and meaning finding, put that under the same lens. And so we should not, like, again, put this author and whatever they were trying to say as like the most valid interpretation, and that, like, there's a lot of different ones. And, I don't know, you could look at a story about New York that was written before 9/11 and then read it after 9/11, and like there's a lot of new meaning and new things you could take from it, simply for living in a different time. That's just a kind of tiny example. But what is all this in Princess Tutu? Well, the first line of the show is "Once upon a time there was a man who died." The author of this story that these characters are delivering is literally dead. So, is there like literalizing sort of death of the author? Is that going on? I'm curious what you think. I will say like that. There's an interesting scene that I thought like might have. What do I want to say? Might be sort of an encapsulation of this. And I don't know how heavy they're going to go in that you think Princess Tutu, that other people think. Please tweet us at Warui Deshou. Is Princess Tutu consciously playing with the idea of death of the author? Does it have things to say about it, an interpretation? But there's like a great scene. I know it happens when Tutu saves Muto when he jumps out the window, but it happens another time as well. And Fakir sees Ahiru as Princess Tutu, just her usual tutu get up, you know, her ballet dress and stuff. But the camera will cut to like the crowd looking at her, and she's like a big kind of ethereal swan. And it's just like these two different perspectives, seeing things very differently and clearly coming away from the same event that they both saw and perceived with really different kind of ideas of what was happening. And so I don't know, is this sort of, that's like a micro instance of this bigger idea that we're talking about with cultural texts. Like, so do you think this is happening in Tutu?
Yes. I was going to talk about this at the end, but I'll mention it now. And it goes something like this. I recently played a video game called 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, which is incredible and everyone should play it.
Aegis Rim.
And I'm not going to spoil what happens in it, but I'm going to cite a line that comes at the end, or paraphrase it. And it says that something to the effect of continue on and weave the thread of human consciousness, into the future and human experience, something to that effect, basically. Now, the thing about Aegis Rim is that it is a science fiction story that pays heavy homage and inspiration to a number of classical science fiction stories that came before it. War of the Worlds, E.T., stuff like that. The Terminator even, that's in there. Even a little bit of Magical Girl stuff is in there, funnily enough. But it isn't like, how shall we say, it isn't ripping those things off. It is merely synthesizing them as inspiration into a brand new story, where it is both homage, but it is also using all these things for different purposes, for a different narrative end. And so I was watching Tutu, and Tutu is very much a melange of all different fairy tales. It even outright cites some of their names, like Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella. It, of course, borrows classical music that may very well be played by different people, but has been nonetheless like fixed for many, many centuries. And is in of itself a story about overcoming or rewriting a tale that has become stale. We have Muso, who, of course, the state he is in at the start is that he is not allowed to change, to evolve, to have emotions and feelings. Bear in mind, I'm talking about him as a story here. He's not allowed to change with the times. And of course, in fairy tales, the characters are very one-dimensional, usually by default. They are, just the prince and the princess. They don't have any personality to them. And so I think of Princess Tutu in the same way I think of 13 Sentinels, in that it is a story that pays significant homage and tribute to what came before it, but ultimately asserts that it does not need to be the same as those things, but rather mix them into a cauldron to create something new. And so I think to borrow your thought there on the idea of death of the author, about interpretation, take that a little further, Princess Tutu is an argument, and 13 Sentinels are both stories that argue against literary, creative, cultural stagnation. Take the music of the past, take the ideas of the past, and blend them into something new. Let things change over time with audiences. And this is why I said that Tutu is not just a metatextual story, but also, like, it is metatextual, but it also, by merely existing, argues that point as well. It says, hey, we should make brand new stories that, you like, build on the ones that came before, but change with the times. And that is exactly what in of itself is, much as 13 Sentinels was. And so that's why, probably one of the major reasons I think this show is so exceptional, because it has a point to make about how we relate to stories, and that we have to allow, like, the fiction that we consume to change over the course of decades, centuries, however long we need to, without abandoning it entirely, but allowing it to evolve. And then it in itself is an evolved version of a classic fairy tale for modern times, even today, like 20 years after it was released.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So no, the authors of the classic fairy tales, the authors of, like, the musicians of classical music, we can bring their works into new contexts.
Yeah. For sure. The way that I thought about the idea in the show is, I think that this idea about literary interpretation is sort of it dovetails nicely with the idea of kind of rejecting roles placed upon you, and how the characters in the show, you know, they decide for themselves, like, they don't want what the author has intended for them. They don't want these roles. They want to, you know, kind of write their own stories, and they want to, you know, their interpretation, so to speak, of what is good for them and how they ought to live their life is something that they do not share with the author. It's their own personal thing. And so in that way, I don't know, it's almost like these characters living out this idea I've sketched out as Bart's, you know, the rejecting this notion of, well, there is a deity called the author, and what's important is that we understand what that author intended to say, and that is what the text means. If you sort of, I don't know, kind of take those ideas and morph them and make them about how you live your life, sort of, you know, I think that those sort of two ways of thinking complement each other quite well. And I think I agree with you, but the problem is that for much of the show, and indeed this is even from all of the show for some of the characters, they have no knowledge of the author that they are trying to defy. Sure.
And so one was then asked the question: can we defy the author if we do not know of its existence? Can we meaningfully defy it if we do not know of its existence? Like, because they, you know, there are all these like many moments throughout the show where they do things against type and all that, and Ahiru proves her worth, like, you know, without having to be Princess Tutu. Mm-hmm. But even that, like, you know, is still placed in some ways Drosselmeyer's hands. And she has no knowledge of him being the, you know, conductor of their lives. Yeah. And so, I mean, when I buy a book, for example, and I come up with my own interpretation of it, I intrinsically know who wrote that book, because probably one of the things you first read when you read a book is who wrote it, because the name's on the cover. But they don't know who, like, that they're even in this story for much of it. And that in of itself, I think, can be a meaningful lesson. I think, like, that, you know, exactly, that the human spirit can still, like, defy like fate or intent or roles or stereotypes, even when we're not necessarily, like, fully aware of it, that we're lacking context.
Well, I think that's sort of... sorry, go ahead. You finish.
But I'm not sure if that then therefore works as, like, death of the author, because I think the way I read death of the author is that you know who the author is, and you know that they wrote the story. Like, you have a kind of out-of-universe understanding, or like a non-diegetic understanding of who they are, and the fact that they are just a regular person.
Yeah, it's a person that wrote the text. And I mean, I don't necessarily know if this is a perfect analogy, but the way I would look at it is like that. What I'm trying to parallel is an author's intention for character archetypes with society's intention, religion's intention, parents' intention in assigning you roles and identity and the expectations that come along with that for what your life is supposed to be. I mean, and for a long time, maybe when you're the age that these kids are in the show, you might not understand that all of that, that like a lot of the expectations on you are arbitrary. A lot of the sort of things that you think are these fixed metaphysical truths about you or about the world are also arbitrary, just have been assigned as such by a group of people or by a person that's authority in your life. And so it's like the parallels, I see it as sort of rejecting the idea that a single authority kind of has authority and power alone above and privilege alone above everyone else to declare such and such to be so, whether it's a text to mean a certain thing or someone to be a woman or not, or someone to be successful or not, or someone to be a good person or not. That's like up to the individuals. That's up to these characters in this story, like Tutu and them. And it's up to like readers interpreting a text. I don't think you have to. I think, like I said, it's an analogy. I think they're analogous ideas that dovetail well together. And I think I don't think that it's like a deal breaker that they don't realize, that the characters don't necessarily realize that they're in a story. I think it's meaningful that they do realize it and that they go from thinking our enemy is the Raven to our enemy is the author. Because like the whole dichotomy between us versus Raven and the idea that I'm supposed to be a knight and all this, like, it's not a failure. It's like, it's just something that Drosselmeyer thought up. It's just a thing that's been assigned to us. And so like the real enemy is that kind of systematic authority and that overarching power imbalance.
Well, yes, but even despite all that, the story still for Rue and Mifo and the Raven like end fairly standardly. Like, he slays the Raven. He isn't like, oh, I'm not going to do that. In fact, the thing that he chooses not to do is just to shatter his heart a second time to repeat the story. Totally,
exactly. And that's what he was being led to do.
Yeah, but it still ends in a way that, I mean, how many times has a fairy tale ended with the slaying of a monster? So it's not a deep subversion, I would say.
It's why, and
I also have to get.
I think it's important too to look at why they did the things they did, and not just the fact that they did them. I think that matters.
The hope, that's Ahiru's hope for change. That, the crushing weight of like fate and destiny, and like this is destined to end in tragedy. Like, she never gave up hoping for something better, and eventually that overpowered like the entropy, if you want to call it that, of the story. That it was all destined to end in darkness.
Right. Yes.
So yeah, I see the comparison. I see the analogy you're making. But I'm still of the opinion that if you want to make a more direct one-to-one comparison between Death of the Author and what happens in the story, that some awareness of the boundary between fiction and reality, the diegesis of what we know as reality, and also knowing that you're being told a story.
But they did find that out, and they broke the gate down. That was the line between
Muto and Rue didn't
he came
really
from a story,
do anything.
He knew the whole time.
Yeah, but he's not. He's not ultimately the one to slay his author. he just destroys the Raven. But sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied here. Never mind. Move on.
Fair enough. What is your next talking point?
Okay, let's talk about the magical girl element here, because that's a very important part of the show. So, would you agree with me, first off, before I make this point, that Ahiru doesn't actually transform into Princess Tutu of her own free will?
I don't think she knows she can in the beginning, but I think there are times that she does because she wants to.
I don't think she does for a couple of reasons. The first of which, to tie into the whole idea of this being a critique or a analysis of a meta look of a narrative, is she transforms into Princess Tutu exactly when the plot demands it.
Sure.
And it seems to have, at least as the first episode. As the first episode imparts, or at least seems to impart, Drosselmeyer is the one who forces it on her. It just kind of happens in the first episode.
Yes.
Now the other thing, and this ties again to Sailor Moon, every time that Usagi or any of the Senshi want to transform, and this also indeed goes up beyond Sailor Moon to Tokusatsu, they have a device of some description that they'll either raise up to the sky, do some sort of thing. This is even in Gridman and Dyna Zenon for that matter. And they'll say a phrase or some description like that, and that will transform. That's their declaration of I want to transform. Right. Ahiru never does that. She never raises the pendant to the sky and says ballet power or something like that.
It's morphin' time.
It just happens. Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah.
So that key part of the magical girl element is absent from this, intentionally, in my opinion, because might I make a suggestion to you? Ahiru's magical girl form is the duck. Now, you might point to me and say, well, actually, that's just her regular true form, but think about it for a second. She willingly chooses in the show to take the pendant off to become a duck at various points to use being a duck to her advantage, like when she wants listening on conversations, or in the episode 13 where she swims as a duck through that underwater current to check it's safe. She uses that willingly. So I actually think that's kind of brilliant, because to tie against the idea that Ahiru as a duck has power and agency, she's it's the form that she chooses to become. Right. She recognizes its value and willingly transforms into that, as opposed to Princess Tutu, which to me just happens because that's what the plot demands, as Drosselmeyer would want.
Well, sometimes
how many
she turns into a duck unwillingly. But because comedic timing.
by accident or by accident or happenstance, but never just simply by a hard cut to the transformation sequence, or by Drosselmeyer popping his head in and saying, "Oh, hello, duck. I think you're in a spot of bother. Yeah. Wouldn't it be good if Princess Tutu were to appear now?"
Well, I think those two. I think their wills align sometimes. I think it's absolutely true that sometimes it just happens to her. That's the thing that she's passive in, but I think there are definitely times, e.g. when Muto throws himself out the window, that she is oh my God, I need to save him. I'm sure in her, she's I need to be Princess Tutu right now so I can catch him. I think there are
I don't recall her ever actively saying I need to.
Well, sure, but I mean, you can imagine that. She's not sitting there going, I don't need to be Princess Tutu now. I just want to be a duck and watch him fall to his death. I'm sure she's running no. And thinking in her mind that she wants to be Tutu. And but she doesn't. That's
never expressly stated in her inner monologue.
They don't do the mecha transformation sequence or the the magical girl it's time to rock and roll and powder twist the wand, pull out the I mean, I hear what you're saying, and she's certainly not what I would call empowered, Tutu. But I do still think that there are times when, even if ultimately Drosselmeyer is sort of the engine that's making it go, that she's turning the
pushes the big button that says Tutu
mentally turning the key, and their wills are aligning at times.
if that were true, I wish the show was more apparent about that, because I think that would have been a great. I don't think that's a wrong thing for the show to do, but I think it would have been a great thing to gel with everything else that's happening about characters asserting their will more and more in the story.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't happen. From my memory, and I say from my interpretation, it is all either Drosselmeyer literally just saying, like, popping in and saying, hey, wouldn't it be great if this happened right now? And then it happens. Right. Or it just happens not because she, like, actively says, I need to become, like, goes through that thing. This is a magical girl show, and that's such a big part of it, the transformation sequence. The way it's employed in this, where there is no, like, I'm taking my amulet off or anything, and then raising it to the sky, like, that absence, I think, is not, like, unintentional.
Yeah.
I'd find that very strange if that was omitted purely by accident, given the creators you mentioned before.
Yeah, totally.
And so I say, I think it's a deliberate thing to point out that the transformation sequence that matters is when she becomes a duck.
That's really interesting. I mean, certainly what doesn't happen is Drosselmeyer not wanting her to be Tutu and her becoming Tutu. She's never doing it against his will. But I just think that sometimes their wills happen to be of one accord is all. But I think it is an interesting point that you raise for sure. And I agree that she's not a very, well, I mean, I wouldn't call her like super empowered throughout much of the show.
Well, if she was like, if she'd stopped being Princess Tutu, the story couldn't continue. We see that in episode 5, if I recall, when she tries to throw the pen away, and the literal machinery of the story, the clockwork, the rote nature of everything grinds to a halt. Drosselmeyer's domain of mechanics and a complete, like, when the story starts going a bit more organic and shifting in different directions, it grinds dead. And so
Uzura finds her way in there.
And then she starts winding it back.
Yes, that's right.
Never give Uzura a TV remote. Shit'll get wild, I'm telling you. Uzura stars in Click. It would be infinitely better than the actual movie Click.
Heard that's so bad.
The
Big Joel video on Click is very funny.
But yeah, I think that's a notable part, because in a way it makes me think of Drosselmeyer in the same way that I think of Kyubey from Madoka Magica.
Sure, yeah.
Now, of course, Kyubey doesn't forcibly make the girls actually go through the transformation sequence. He just deceives them into becoming magical girls, and then everything goes wrong as a result.
A Meguka.
But rather, for him and Drosselmeyer, them turning into magical girls serves a purpose that is not benign or benevolent or altruistic in nature. And so, I thought it was kind of neat that they just, the staple of that, the, like the call to power, or whatever you call it, like the transformation sequence, is abridged in such a way where it just kind of hard cut to happens. Like, literally, sometimes Ahiru will find, like, I don't know, Muto, like, trying to steal the heart of one of the female characters. She'll round the corner. Oh my god, it's Muto, and boom, transformation sequence. And there's no bridge, like, of intent in her mind. Like, it just happens. It
certainly does. You're right about this.
And so, like, all I can think to myself is, even if Drosselmeyer is not necessarily, like, sticking his oar in, or taking, like, direct control, like putting his hands behind the wheel, it is still, like, well, narratively expected that she do that, even though many times throughout the show, like, Princess Tutu is actually not helping things. Like, don't return my heart shards to me. Don't do this. Like, it's,
Remember that time? I think it's episode 6. Fakir is like, I'm afraid of Princess Tutu. Not Fakir. Muto. Like, I fear Tutu when he gets his fear emotion back. No, for sure. Like, I think that her being a duck, doing all this stuff, is like what's super duper meaningful. Like, she was, Drosselmeyer never really intended her to be a hero anyway. She doesn't, in his mind, she shouldn't get the heroic transformation sequence necessarily. So that makes sense for me. So yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Speaking of emotions, by the way, there's one other thing that I really like about the opening to the first couple of episodes. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the first emotion, and whether or not this is actually technically an emotion is moot, it doesn't really matter, because there's a more pertinent point to be made to this, is the first heart shard that she returns to Muto is the one about the prince's disappointment, if I recall correctly.
I think so, something like that. It's negative emotions for a very long time, which is significant.
Yeah. One of the other, it is because one of the others is loneliness, and through what happens with this, like, okay, Muto, like, you know, oh god, I feel really fucking lonely, but then what does he do? He seeks out companionship, and this is where I have to make a comparison to something else that's really oddly tangential, which is Pixar's Inside Out, where the lesson of that film was, you know, positive emotions on their own, like, they're not good. Like, the negative emotions serve a purpose.
Yeah.
How, after all, can you know that you want to seek companionship if you never feel lonely?
Totally.
And that being, like, the opening message, like, the primacy of that being the first thing that happens, I think is a really powerful lesson that the show gets across. Like, that, you know, for Muto to be a complete person, he needs to have the negative and positive aspects return to him. It's not just like, you know, all like the pure and noble spirit that you'd expect from a prince of like an old fairy tale. He needs to be a complex character, with all the complex feelings that follow from that. So that's a neat little point that the show makes as well.
I'm so glad you brought this up. I think this is great. I think that just immediately, like you said, him, you know, having these quote unquote negative emotions return to him, these really, you know, hard ones to feel. You know, you got loneliness, fear, disappointment, sadness, like all this stuff. And I mean, you're so right that, like, you know, you need that stuff to be a whole person. And you need that stuff for a kind of a full human experience. But also just in terms of like the storytelling of the show and its structure, I think that they introduced these, like they've laid it out so perfectly for me. It's like so kind of intentional, the order in which he gets each of his emotions, because like the second and third ones he gets, the way he will act is not just someone who has gotten a truckload of this third feeling back, but someone who has gotten the first, second, and third feeling back. And the stories they build around that really cater to and complement, like, that this character is, you know, exploring this one emotion, but also is afraid or is also disappointed. You know what I mean? Like, it will be really easy if they just focused on one emotion and one emotion alone. And I don't know, you could see some kind of inconsistencies cropping up, but they really tightly kind of construct the episodes around the very specific progression that Muto goes through in terms of like the order in which he gets his feelings back in the first half of the show. And so that I thought was really, really well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the fear element, like, you know, fear is a natural response for us. It tells us whether or not we want to
mind killer,
flight or fight. And but in any event, it is something to overcome. And so what better way for that particular episode to end with putting the anxiety in the viewer that she has really like fucks up by putting the element of, like, the emotion of fear back into him. We end on that, and she's like, "Oh no, what have I done?" Cut to credits. Same time next week, has she fucks up or not? We feel afraid as well. Nicely done, writers. I approve.
Yeah. Shouts to the writers for, I think, and you know, we talked about like the head writer and the original creator, character designer, women. Really interesting. Another little subversion is like Muto the prince is like the most passive character in the whole story. So much is happening to him by the female characters. Like, they are like the agents throughout so much of the story. And Fakir certainly plays his role too. But it's just like, you know, at the very end, Muto is at like his most human, I think, when he's in the second half of the show, kind of fighting the Raven's blood and dealing with like he has that moment where he feels like he's discovered the truth about love. And that's that like people only want to take. They only want to be loved. No one wants to selflessly love anyone. And so I'm going to take. And he starts to embody like those, ravenous desires.
Nice.
And the thing that breaks him out of that, and he has to experience all that, like, in order to kind of fully get his heart back and go through his character arc. But he is brought around by Rue, by Princess Tutu functionally, but like, if not for Rue, I mean, he's Crow Man,
Yeah.
And that's something that she does. She breaks the cycle in her own life. And I love that. I love that, like, the characters that are acting the very most are the two female leads. And I mean, you could say, well, this is just the male author Drosselmeyer doing it, but like, come on, I mean, he's the diegetic author. The real author is making the movements be orchestrated by the ladies. And Muto, the sort of archetypical, the prince is meant to get shit done in fairy tales, meant to slay stuff and be awesome. But like, he's just like, yeah, you can spill a glass of wine on me. I'm just going to lay here and stare at the sun for 4 hours.
I'll also know, by the way, what's also really neat is like the way that Cray and Muso, when he's poisoned by the Raven's blood, play off each other. Like, they both, in theory, on paper, if the paper were like, a police statement, they were in love with each other, but they were completely abusive to each other in a way that I felt like kind of spiraled downwards to where it got more and more negative. And I thought that was really, really interesting, that depiction. That it's, like, even though they're both poisoned by Raven's blood, like, basically evil, they love each other, but that love, like, is tainted. It gets worse as time goes by. It is like an abusive relationship, and the life cycle of it as it goes through it, to the point where, like, eventually one of them cracks, and that is Cray, Rue, who is basically cast aside by Muso as he gets worse and worse. Very, very powerful depiction of like that kind of relationship abuse.
It's disturbing sometimes,
even if it is. Yeah. I mean, Muso does say at one point, like, hey, when you get a heart, like, like, soak it in blood and put it to your lips. And I was just there like,
when you stab me, like,
dude,
when you pull it out.
dude, you're not the villain, or she's not the villain, rather, from Temple of Doom. Calm the fuck down. Calm your tits, mate.
Shadow. Did you know that Muto and Fakir both have the blood of their antagonist in them? And this ties into what I said before. Which part? Remind me. We've said a lot.
Where I said about the idea of, like, it's not just about breaking out of the story's expectations, but also familial or bloodline expectations.
Yes, we have both. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like, it was another example, because we talked about with Rue doing that, and this is another sort of way the story depicts this being done. Do you remember when Fakir turned into a tree? Wasn't that weird?
Yes.
What the fuck was happening there?
It was finally putting down roots.
I still don't understand what. I felt like I had fallen asleep and like just missed everything that had happened. And then,
well, his power is apparently, and this I suppose also applies to Drosselmeyer, and may also explain like why Erdel and Uzura exist, is derived from like the magical oak tree, the roots of the earth. Like, so it's got that kind of primal element to it. And so in communication with it, he like almost becomes part of it. This, I think, is a part of the mythology, again, that could probably have been fleshed out more. Because if the oak tree weren't in the show and it was just basically he's Drosselmeyer's descendant and has his power, I wouldn't need any more of an explanation than that. It's a nice little bit of extra mythology, I suppose, but like so much else in the second half of the show, it is a clown car of ideas. And I don't mean that to be disparaging to the quality of the ideas in question. It's just super fucking cramped in there, and there's very little space for anyone to breathe.
I see. I thought it was cool that Princess Tutu's pendant ended up, they pointed out it was shaped like wings for people who had spent time inside the story to leave the nest. Go out into the world and define your own roles. I thought that was neat. But I don't have any other really big items to discuss.
I am otherwise done as well, so I think that will bring us to the end of the podcast near enough, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But if you want our post, talking point summary of how I felt, I mean, you've heard of everything I said. This show is great. It stands heads and shoulders with all of its other Magical Girl contemporaries, both before and after. By the way, I will mention one other thing. This is just a quick aside. The more and more I watch stuff like this, the more and more I realize that Madoka Magica is actually not as important a show as people make it out to be. Because everyone says the Madoka is the dark subversion of Magical Girls and all this stuff, and Sailor Moon alone proves that untrue. But then I watch Tutu, and there's a guy saying, "Hey, soak this heart in blood and put it to your lips," and there's a guy controlling everyone's fates because if he doesn't, then he will die. He will not. In order for him to live, others must not. That kind of thing. And also the similarities to Kyubey that I mentioned, all that sort of stuff. And the thing is, I'm not devaluing Madoka's value as a story, but when everyone's saying it's a dark deconstruction of Magical Girls, I'm like, did you actually watch any of the stuff that came before? I believe that narrative, and I don't believe it anymore. Between this, Utena, and Sailor Moon, I'm there's dark stuff in there, but I think this also applies to how a lot of Magical Girl stuff since Madoka has completely misunderstood how one applies the idea of darkness in stories. Because darkness, never mind darkness, anything in a story, anything at all is something you apply with intent and craft. You don't just smother it all over like fucking barbecue sauce on ribs. You put it on for a reason. And I know people say, well, I love barbecue sauce on ribs. That's not the point. That's not the point. But that, you see about these magical shows where Madoka is so successful, they're just so miserable and dour. And even Madoka had its light-hearted bits in it. But that was also a very singular work.
Yeah.
And well, much like Watchmen, I suppose, Watchmen was successful, but we didn't need more like it. We just want good stories that have their own identity and use their thematic and tonal elements appropriately to tell the story they want to tell, not to be pale imitations.
Yeah. I think it's important too not to use the wrong lessons people might have taken from Madoka as a cudgel to beat Madoka, because I think it's still, it's a good show.
It's important and it's very, very good.
Yeah, even if it's not true necessarily that like it's this total unique diamond of a show that shows didn't really do anything. There was nothing like Madoka before Madoka. Even if that's not true, like for, I don't know, people realizing that Magical Girl, that there's room for different kinds of storytelling and tone within the genre, like that's important too. And if Madoka gets them to realize that, fair play. They can figure out the rest later. But I agree with you.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. There's been more going on with these genres for a long time.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to exploring more of it going forward. Like, this is another one in the win column.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not going to pretend that every Magical Girl show that I'm ever going to watch is going to be of this quality or even good for that matter. I'm sure there's plenty out there that are just garbage. But, I mean, hey, for a genre that I initially would probably not have wanted to explore because I thought, not for me, well, do you know what it is for me? Finely crafted storytelling with emotion, and things to say and a good time. Yeah, put me down for that, whatever flavor it comes in.
It's just mecha
all right
in skirts. That's all it is. It's the same. It's the
Yes.
same thing.
Yes.
Transformation sequences and misunderstood histories and all.
Right. Well, with that, then, that is the end of our discussion of Princess Tutu. If you have not already decided to go watch it, what is wrong with you? Go correct yourself. Before we finish, just a couple of things to shout out. The first of which is that, firstly, to you, the audience, thank you so much for spending time with us and listening to us talk about Tutu. I hope you've got something out of it, whether you've watched the show before or you haven't yet. But yeah, thank you very much for spending this with us. It's hugely appreciated. If you do want to, in turn, offer us some kind of thanks, we do have a Ko-Fi, ko-fly. ko-fi.com. Yep, super Ko-Fly, yeah. ko-fi.com/Warui Deshou. You can drop us a little tip there. It will pay for my alcohol consumption handily. So if you want to contribute to my, continued self-destruction, go for it. Failing that, if you don't want to contribute to us financially, that's absolutely fine as well. You can head over to wherever you find us on, be it SoundCloud.
Not on SoundCloud.
We do, don't we?
We used to, not on anymore.
I knew it. I picked them on probably Apple Music, Spotify, wherever you find this, and just drop us a like
5-star reviews,
usual social
and written reviews.
Yeah.
Do it, or you're a hater.
The usual social media call to action stuff that you're doubtless familiar with by now. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can follow us at Warui Deshou. You can find me at Shade1010, where you can find me complaining about the fact my house is continually falling the fuck apart. But I have other content apart from that, so do feel free to check it out. Doc, where can people find you?
They can find me at The Subtle Doctor on Twitter, and in the bio, there are links to the other podcasts that I participate in. If you're interested in following me down those paths, feel free. If not, understood. Shadon, shall I share with the people our future content plans?
Yes.
Okay. So now that we have talked Tutu, we are due to have a non-anime pod, and we are going to be discussing something very, very similar to Princess Tutu. It's got, romance, a lot of great music. It is, there's an edgelord in it. It's John Woo's The Killer. John Woo's The Killer, the early 90s Hong Kong cinema classic. The sort of, for me, like the apex of, it's just apex mountain for John Woo, in my opinion, and for the kinds of movies that he is famous for making. Not to say he didn't. I mean, he's made other sorts of movies than this, but like this sort of, here's what a lot of people think when they think of 90s action Hong Kong cinema. John Woo. God damn it! I hit the microphone stand again. I keep doing that. This is the one for me. I like Tutu. The ending is incredible. So look out for that. And then after that, our February pods, I am selecting the anime for us to do. And I'm going to go ahead and reveal that on this show too, Shadon.
Oh, shit. Oh, snap.
So February is, it's a season of love and romance. And
oh dear.
Valentine's Day is on the brain for many people.
Why do I have a sense of looming dread? Why are the JoJo's ominous characters floating behind?
No, this is not going to be. You might be thinking I'm going to pick something.
Love Hina.
God, no, Lord, no, I would not. I don't think I would do. I'm not doing that this time.
That's not very reassuring, but please continue.
We're going to do Howl's Moving Castle, a Studio Ghibli movie that is romantic kind of adventure. It's a movie that
features Best Boy.
Right. I was thinking about this.
Calcifer.
Calcifer. Yes. I was thinking about this movie a lot the other day. That, this is no one's favorite Ghibli movie. And Why is that? And I haven't seen it in a really long time, and it's something I'd really like to revisit and kind of tease out, what's going on with it. Because I think it's one of those movies that's really interesting to talk about and think about, even again if it's not Apex Mountain for Studio Ghibli and Hayao Miyazaki. So we will be returning to the Ghiblis in early February and talking Howl's Moving Castle.
Hell yeah, I'm in
Killer and Howl's Moving Castle.
Heck yeah. Right then, that brings us to the end of our Princess Tutu podcast. It has been a most refined and genteel experience, I think you will agree.
Oh, yes, quite right.
Full of...
Yes. Pinky's out right now. But just indulging in the foppery.
It's not even my working class nature that's stopping me from doing that voice. That's just so I'm laughing. But on that note, ladies, gentlemen, wherever you are in the world, I hope you're taking care, staying safe, looking after yourself and your loved ones, your friends and family. We'll be back, of course, very soon with The Killer. But until then, as we often say on this podcast, and, I think Princess Tutu, our hero herself, will be behind this idea. Embrace you, everyone, to the ends of the universe. Good night.
Go watch Princess Tutu. And Square, bring back the brothers.